A lot of work was done over pizza at night after people were supposed to go home. It was the only time I was allowed to talk to people because they were assigned to other projects, and other producers were getting upset if I came by and talked to their guys about anything. So what I would do is I would buy a pizza, go sit in the conference room around 6:30, and if anybody wanted to come in there and talk Fallout, they were welcome to do so. An awesome thing I wanted to point out here, though, that happened was in the last 6 months that Fallout was being developed, a lot of the people who were in QA volunteered to come in on the weekends and work for free. And this is in an environment where if you were a QA member at Interplay, you could come in on the weekend and get time and a half or even double time by working on assigned projects. But these people would come in and work on Fallout for free. And I just wanted to point that out because I was flabbergasted that there were these guys who didn't make a lot of money, and they're like, nope, I'd rather get all the bugs out of your game than come in and work on the game I'm assigned. And I just thought that was amazing. So marketing was convincing Brian Fargo to cancel it because it was too competitive. In the end, I went into Fargo's office and I basically begged. I got down on my hands and knees and I begged him to let us make this game.
I don't think I can clearly express how we're able to perceive it, but there are some games that you can really feel the passion that was put into them. It just oozes out. There's a certain charm to them. You just sense it as the player. I felt it when I played The Witcher 1 a couple years ago, and that game compelled me to make my first video. I felt it when I played the original Demon's Souls last year, and boy, did I feel it throughout the 40 hours it took me to finish Fallout 1 for the first time nearly a quarter century after its release. You could imagine then how little surprised I was to hear those words from Tim Kaine in his 2012 GDC talk, because you can tell while you're playing Fallout that it's a game made by dudes who brainstormed its inception after hours over pepperoni pizza. Because let's be honest, if it was pineapple pizza, this game would be You can tell just from playing that it's a game QA testers would sacrifice their weekends for, willingly, just so they could try and finish the game before their save data was wiped the week after. You can tell just from playing that it's a game whose initial sole creator would be willing to get down on his hands and knees and beg to get the game through the door, out of the hands of marketing, and into the hands of actual players like you and me. Because as barren and desolate as a Southern California wasteland might be, damn does it have one strong beating heart. In this video, we're going to talk about what makes Fallout 1 so special, going through the game from start to finish. If you haven't played the game yet, stay tuned for a little longer because I do have some things I want to tell you if you're on the fence about playing such an old game, which I know can be a hindrance. And of course, if you enjoyed the video, please do give it a like, as it'll, 1, let me know this video is worth making, and 2, it'll help the channel out a great deal. And shares on social media are also incredibly appreciated. But with that, please sit back, relax, and enjoy.
You're awake. How about that? Whoa, easy there, easy. You've been out cold a couple of days now. Why don't you just relax a second?
I think we all have a story about how we got into the Fallout franchise, which games we've played, which we've missed out on, and so forth. So let me start by briefly giving you some context about my history with Fallout, and I think it'll help give some fullness to my words as we move along. A little over a year ago, I played Fallout New Vegas for the first time and absolutely fell in love with it, so much so that I made a 4-hour video detailing my experience with it, which I'll link to if you're interested. But simply put, it's one of the greatest gaming experiences I've ever had. The storytelling, the decision making, the faction system, the world building, all of it was incredible. I had played Fallout 3 many years prior, but I rushed through it in preparation for Fallout 4 back in 2015, which I did play that as well, and I quickly bounced off of that at the time, not necessarily because I thought it was a bad game. I was just really busy with college and I had stuff going on. But anyway, earlier this year I had gotten that itch to go back to the nuclear wasteland. I wanted to give Fallout 3 more attention this time around and replay it with a closer eye, really trying to see all that there is to see in the game. This now about to be my second detailed Fallout playthrough, I also wanted to get some true appreciation and understanding for the lore, because it's easy to pick up the gist when it comes to Fallout games. You're exploring the remains of an empty, bleak wasteland off the heels of a man-made nuclear apocalypse. Society has effectively killed itself, and you're a lone wanderer wandering through the remains of it. And there's also the stuff painted on top, like the retro future aesthetic, stuff deeply embedded with it, like the dark and humorous undertones. But I wanted to dive deeper than even that. What's the story behind the super mutants, for instance? How did iconic factions like the New California Republic and the Enclave, how did they come to be? What's the story behind the Great Khans and the raiders that plagued the wasteland? And so on. And as I was researching the lore and the background for Fallout 3 specifically, I came upon a 2007 Bethesda dev blog titled Welcome Back to Fallout. In it, our almighty overlord, God Howard, writes about the inspirations that went into the development of Fallout 3. Obviously, we had the old games to look at, and Fallout 1 became our main model and inspiration. I always preferred the tone of it, and it's the one we focused our time on dissecting. I already was interested in playing the pseudo-isometric Fallout games, despite some of the rumblings I've heard about them not being the easiest to go back and play, which, at least for Fallout 1, I strongly disagree with, but I'll get to that. However, reading those couple of sentences from the blue-eyed, chisel-chinned relative of Gandhi himself, it gave me the final push I needed to commit. In order to be able to more richly talk about Fallout 3, I bought OG Fallout, installed OG Fallout, and launched OG Fallout. Thing is, and this is a very important point I want to make about this video, is that I really had no intent in making this. I wanted to make a video on Fallout 3. Maybe a Fallout 1 video would come down the line, but it wasn't in my priority. I wanted to do, a simple playthrough for the experience and the appreciation, and to be able to better speak on the leap from pseudo-isometric to first-person/third-person perspective we played in today, to have some gameplay footage to reference, to discuss changes in the systems, changes in tone and writing, and so forth. It was largely academical. But once I had sunk my teeth into this game, I'm telling you guys, all that had changed. I knew I had to make a video on it. So if you haven't played Fallout 1 yet, I want to speak directly with you for a moment. My advice is plain and simple. Forget this game and go play Fallout 76. Get this game. Especially if you're a fan of the later games, but are a bit timid to go back to the classics, get it and try it. And put a couple hours into it. And I think you'll realize that it's not as scary to go back to a game like this as you might think after all these years, which I know, like a lot of people, they don't want to play older games because they're afraid it might be too dated. And I realize this is purely based off preconceptions I had prior to playing, but the game actually didn't feel nearly as dated as I thought it would, apart from the UI. The UI does feel old and clunky. And are there odd cultural references that can feel stale? Sure. Maybe if you catch on to them. You probably won't, though, unless you know your 97 pop culture very well, which I myself cannot say I'm an aficionado in. But I think you'll be happy to know that Tim Kaine thought about people like you and me getting into the game for the first time today when he was making the game.
A big problem we had, I told you we were very much media sponges on the team. Everybody wanted to put their own cultural reference stamp into the game, whether it was a TV show they liked or a movie that they liked or even other games they were playing. They wanted to put little inside jokes in so that people playing the game would go, oh, I know what they're talking about. I was worried that not only would we lose players when we had that, but RPGs tend to sit on the shelf for years, and I was afraid we'd look dated. So I made a rule, and the rule for that was if you put in a joke or a cultural reference, if the player didn't get it, they shouldn't even know that that joke or cultural reference was being made.
As for the gameplay, there's a certain cerebral aspect to the combat in this game that gets diminished in Fallout 3 and New Vegas. And I grew up in love my first-person shooters. Do not get me wrong. I have like 5,000 to 10,000 hours probably on CSGO, Rainbow Six, Overwatch, PUBG, all those games. And frankly, I'd still rather play Fallout 4's combat than Fallout 1's. And I'm not saying Fallout 1 is rocket science in real time, or I guess turn-based rocket science. There's got to be a game like that out there, right? But it's hard to replicate the analytical qualities that are present in tactical turn-based RPGs when you try to translate that into first-person games. And that's where I think this game's strength lies, in the combat. There aren't a lot of skill points to go around. You're not going to be able to max out every skill, get all the best perks. No. You really have to decide what type of archetype you want to be and commit to it, especially early on. So really take the time to think about the character you want to create, the person you want your Vault Dweller to be, because that decision is actually meaningful in this game, and I love that. It puts the role into RPG, or role-playing game. You know, I mean, when you boot up Fallout 1, you're playing a true RPG classic. You're just going to feel it when you play it after all these years. The influences, you're going to see it, the direction that the series has gone and the games after it. If you played those games before this one, you're going to feel it. And I'm just going to reiterate, if you're a fan of the Fallout franchise and haven't gone back yet, do it. Because in addition to the incredible 40-hour or so experience you're going to get trying to save Vault 13, you're going to gain a new appreciation for the Fallout world and a new appreciation for video games overall. I know I did.
War. War never changes. The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth. Spain built an empire from its lust for gold and territory. Hitler shaped a battered Germany into an economic superpower. But war never changes.
For an intro that was written during the commercial breaks of a Simpsons episode, the night before the assistant producer was to bring it to Hollywood for Ron Perlman to read, I'd say Tim Kaine did a pretty damn good job, not only just because you'd be hard-pressed to find a more iconic opening phrase in all of video games, but because it's very punctual and it brings the tone down to a darker place that adequately fits the world the player is about to explore.
In 2077, the storm of World War had come again. In 2 brief hours, most of the planet was reduced to cinders. And from the ashes of nuclear devastation, a new civilization would struggle to arise. A few were able to reach the relative safety of the large underground vaults. Your family was part of that group that entered Vault 13.
After having just watched a darkly humorous intro, seeing men in big suits of armor shooting what looked to be a civilian on his knees with his hands tied behind his back, then watching the guy in the power armor wave at the camera a moment later, we're now plunged into a grimly serious reality of the state of the game's world. And I want to make that distinction clear because, yes, this game there's a lot of dark humor in it, but the world really is just dark. It's just dark. I think it's the dialogue and the writing that really makes the humor part stand out, but the world is absolutely gloomy. In this intro, we're recounting the tragedies of human history, and this is all before being dropped into perhaps the most terrifying thing in this game, the character creation screen. It features more letters and numbers than the 3rd page of a linear algebra midterm exam. This screen should have came with a laminated sheet of paper filled with formulas. Okay, wait, maybe it did. The character creation screen is both extremely intimidating and incredibly liberating, not just because of all those characters tightly packed onto what might have been a 640 by 480 resolution at the time. Okay, that's the actual scary part, but because you have to figure out what everything means. Then you have to figure out which skills, which things you want to allocate your points to. And if you're not looking things up about the game beforehand, you're pretty much taking a stab in the dark on what's going to be important and what's not going to be. How important is repair going to be? How important is barter going to be? What the hell does outdoorsman even mean? Is putting points into gambling worth the opportunity cost? When will I even be able to gamble? When will I get access to my first energy weapon or big gun? Will I be okay if I don't put a lot of skill points into combat skills early on? And the background music while you're making all these tense, stressful decisions is not exactly Jingle Bell Rock, so that only adds to the stress. But at the same time, much of what makes this process so stressful is simply a byproduct of what makes this medium unique and special in a way, and what makes RPGs one of my favorite genres. What makes this dev team and their core beliefs so outstanding.
Well, it's really interesting. Like everything else that kind of just somehow magically coalesced. We were sitting in a room and we decided that, if you're making a role-playing game, it should be about you playing the game any way you want to play. The more we can let you do whatever you want, the more successful the game will be in our eyes. Mm-hmm. And we've never lost that. Like all the stuff we tried to do at Troika, when we designed Fallout 2 before we left, it was all about player agency and giving the player the ability to play in a world, hopefully interesting world, where he can play any character he wants, and the game will accommodate that. And that includes the consequences. And we take it to extremes at time. Like Arcanum, we went as far as we could with such a small team. But I think that's still at the core of our game making ethos is that we really love making games where you can play the character that you want to play.
Yeah. That's Fallout art director Leonard Boyarsky on a Dev Game Club podcast he and Tim did back in 2016. Absolute banger episode. I'll have that linked in the description. But honing back in on those words we just heard from Leonard, if there's one thing I appreciate most about the Fallout dev team, it's their dedication to allowing you to play how you want to play. Tim talks about how he wanted the player to be able to have the option to talk their way through situations, fight their way through situations, and stealth their way through situations. He says that they tried to allow you to have the option to do at least 2 out of the 3 in each of the side quests and all 3 in the main quests. So that's a testament to the degree of freedom and agency they want the player to have over their character and the world that their character is in. But that raises the question for you, the player. When you press on the character creation button, what type of character do you want to have? How do you want to play this game? For me, I usually bias towards speech and lore-oriented builds, so like, a science skill or a lockpick skill that'll unlock a back room to hack into a terminal that'll give you more information about the place you're in, stuff like that. That's the way I skewed on my first playthrough, but having the myriad of options available, your base special points, your skills, your traits, it allows you to create the perfect persona you want to command over. And ultimately, it's the interactions in the actual game world and how the devs make use of these point allocations and abilities the player chooses to go with that really determines the utility that the system brings. So we'll have to see how it all comes together.
You're here. Good. We've got a problem. A big one. The controller chip for our water purification system has given up the ghost. Can't make another one, and the process is too complicated for a workaround system. Simply put, we're running out of drinking water. No water, no vault. This is crucial to our survival. And frankly, I think you're the only hope we have. You need to go find us another controller chip. We estimate we have 4 to 5 months before the vault runs out of water. We need that chip. We marked your map with the location of another vault. Not a bad place to start, I think. Look, just be safe, okay?
And so, your character's exploration impetus is given. You need to find a controller chip for the water purification system to help keep your vault alive, all within a time constraint. An important point we'll talk about in depth in a little bit. But ultimately, it is you, not anyone else, who is tasked with leaving the vault, venturing into the wastes, and putting yourself at risk. Because, as the Overseer puts it, you're the best chance the vault has. Why are you the only hope your vault has? Well, because you're the player character, of course, but let's look beyond that. I get this may sound like taking it a bit overboard, but I like to think that you have to use your imagination here as to why the Overseer selected you by tying his reasoning to your character's strengths. If you're a strong physical build, then the Overseer thinks you're well suited to deal with the harshness of the wasteland. If it's because you're intelligent, then your smarts and wits make you best suited in the Overseer's eyes. If you're well-rounded, well, you're just the overall best person for the job. But ultimately, you create your own backstory. You defined in your character creation screen what makes you A-slips.
And since the system we eventually developed had these 7 stats, agility, charisma, endurance, luck, intelligence, perception, and strength. So I said, well, just put them in that order, and it spells A-slips. That'll be the name of our system. That lasted a day until Jason Swin, one of the other designers, came in and said, you can rearrange those letters to make the word special, and everybody likes that a little better. So I've never forgiven him for that.
And this is the first chance you get to get into your roleplay. But no matter how good of a story you create for yourself, you weren't the first person to leave your vault. There's someone who left before you. No doubt, the corpse is there to forewarn the player that it's a dangerous world, but I initially thought it was because someone else had gone after the water chip before you. In the Fallout Bible, however, which is a collection of documents containing background material for the first Fallout games, compiled, written, and released by Chris Avellone in 2002, it stated that Ed, the corpse outside the vault door, was sent out before the water chip malfunctioned, since he's just bones at this point. So we're not exactly sure why Ed was sent out. It's left a mystery. But is he the only person before us who was sent out? Could there be other Vault 13 veterans in the wasteland? It's a mystery the player is left to keep in the back of their head. There isn't much to do or see here, apart from killing 20 rats that'll simultaneously net you half the XP you need to level up, whilst teaching you the basics of how combat works, which I know for me helped me out a ton because the combat buttons and mechanics were not intuitive to me whatsoever at first, even having read the manual, so it does its job in that regard. One final note about the beginning of the game that I want to share is the aspirations for what it was supposed to be. In the Origins of Fallout, an extensive article documenting the origins of Fallout, written by Scott Campbell, a Fallout designer who, according to the Fallout Wiki, wrote much of the story for the game and laid out many of the major non-player characters and locations. The article, written in 2012, is definitely worth a read if you want some history on Interplay and some fun facts about the development, but what I want to highlight here is what he writes on page 6 regarding the game's opening. The beginning of the game was intended to be a lot more interactive. Instead of just a movie of the Overseer, the plan was to start the game in Vault 13. You would start out in your room with pleasant music playing and a computer voice prompting you to dress and go to work. Your closet is full of Vault jumpsuits, all the same color. As you leave for work, people dressed exactly like you wave and say hello. You pass some people complaining about the taste of their water. Where you work depends on the skills you assign to your character: security guard, scientist, maintenance worker, Vault PR. You are able to pick up a few items in the vault and talk to as many people as you like. People are generally nice, but in a malaise. A few are afraid of the, quote, water problem, but seem a little scared to mention it in public. Luckily, your utopian boredom is quickly brought to an end. The Vault's Overseer calls you into his office. He explains that the Vault's water purification chip has burned out. It's only a matter of time before the water recycling will become toxic. The Vault's central computer has chosen you as the citizen most likely to succeed in leaving the Vault and returning with the chip. After this, you can gather whatever supplies your character can beg, borrow, or steal. The people know you are going and hope for your safe return. Some are anxious to hear of news of the outside world. Others think only death awaits you. As the muddy vault doors grind open, you enter the tunnels leading out, and that's where the shipping game actually begins. Man, would that have been cool. I mean, would it have slowed the beginning of the game? Certainly. And maybe it would have made repeat playthroughs briefly more of a slog at the start. I know that's an issue some people have with Fallout 3's opening, but in the same vein, I think it would have added so much to the world building, a deeper dive into who it is you are and where it is you come from, what your story is. That's part of why I love Fallout 3's opening, despite how slow it can be. Forget killing kids, this is the type of content that really hurts to not have. But such is the life of game development. I was astonished at how large the overworld map was, or at least how large it felt. You're in the center of a 3x3 grid with blocks upon blocks of black surrounding you, and the mystery of what's out there in those hidden squares and what those hidden locations are in the sidebar. It got me so excited. It's that feeling that I love about open world games. And make no mistake, this is truly an open world game.
We always said we wanted an open world. We called it that before the word sandbox came out. I think if Fallout was made today, people would say, what's a sandbox game? We would just said, we don't care where people can go. They can go anywhere they want. If they go into some area that's too strong for them, they'll get killed. And then they'll learn not to go in there yet. And they'll look forward to the challenge of being able to go back. We wanted a nonlinear story so the player could choose wherever he could go and the story would still unfold. And so the onus was on us for making sure that stories could unfold that way.
It's not a conjoined open world. You can't reach every location without breaks into menu screens. So maybe it's not an open world in the way that we think of the physical open worlds of today, like Skyrim, Hyrule, and Breath of the Wild, games like that. But it is open in the sense that you can go anywhere. You can do anything you want right from the start and nobody can stop you, apart from your character's abilities and limitations. And while I was only 1 at the time, my guess is that for a game released in '97, that freedom probably wasn't too frequent in a lot of those games at the time. So the vets who are watching this, you're going to have to corroborate that for me, but it certainly impressed me playing it all these years later that a game released before the turn of the century had this amount of openness. Obviously, Shady Sands being a point on the line segment between you and Vault 15 is deliberate, but I still decided to venture into the neighboring vault because that's where the Overseer wanted me to start. Unfortunately, I chanced into my first Rad Scorpion on the way there. But after fighting him to a near death, I managed to safely get away, thank the heavens.
Rest in peace.
After entering a lone shack in the middle of nowhere, solely containing a single descending ladder that leads down into a cave, you find a bunch of varmints and a broken off vault door. Upon entering, I remember thinking to myself how much the music had augmented the atmosphere down there. And this is literally the case throughout the whole game. Every location's track adds so much to the place you're exploring and uncovering the mysteries of. Here's Tim talking a bit about the music.
Ambient music, I'm a huge fan of it. I didn't want standard game music in Fallout. I kind of wanted something, and I think I wrote this next one wrong. I didn't want something you listened to, I wanted something you heard. Something you would play the game and miss when it wasn't there, but not necessarily be humming it while you were playing. And I wanted to underscore that the game was desolate and have a sad undertone to the thing. Again, marketing wasn't sure. They came to me a few times and said, are you sure you want this music? Because it's kind of depressing. And I said, have you played the game? Everybody's dead in the world, it should be depressing.
A lot is made out of the tone of the Fallout games. It's both humorous and incredibly dark. While I'd say there's generally a fair balance with an emphasis on the dark, much of the dialogue writing, apart from the voice acting, felt skewed towards comedy. Even if you don't pick the dialogue choice, you still read it, and that's enough to give you a chuckle. And in contrast, the art, the atmosphere, and especially the music, it felt skewed towards horror. Tim's talked about how he would listen to ambient music while he worked on the game.
Since we worked really long hours, and it's hard for me to code with so much activity, but I didn't want people not to be active. So I would put on headphones and listen to ambient music. And we were working on it for 3.5 years. As the years went by, I bought darker and darker ambient music. And I have this one, I still listen to it occasionally. It's called like ambient isolationism.
Oh my God.
And so what I started doing is if I was listening to a piece that I particularly liked, I would rip it and put it in a folder, rip it into an MP3 and put it in a folder. And so when our audio director came to me, probably about 9 months before we were supposed to ship, he was like, hey, I need to talk to you about music ideas. And I'm like, here you go. Here's a whole bunch of like, here are ones that I think would sound good in combat. Here are ones that I think would sound good on certain levels. And the only thing I told him to do is, okay, we can't copy these pieces. But I said, and he was in touch with Mark Morgan, who's a really amazing composer. I said, have him make new pieces that sound like they would belong on a CD with these pieces.
Yeah.
And he sent him all the music, and we got back amazing stuff. And you can kind of hear Aphex Twin, Brian Eno. You can hear little elements of that in the Fallout soundtrack. I think there's even a Depeche Mode siren going off in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
The haunting aura screeching inside your headphones as you wonder what happened to leave this vault as empty and torn apart as it is, crawling with wasteland wildlife. The game and the music work so well together. It is in Vault 15, within my first hour of playing the game, that I, to no surprise of my own, being that I was playing a 1997 CRPG, hit my first roadblock that I had to figure out a way around, and I had little to no hand-holding or guidance. There was a message on the Pip-Boy console that read, "The elevator shaft is not easily descended without a rope," so it was clear I needed a rope. Now I just had to find one. I couldn't find one in the vault, but luckily I did know there was a whole location I passed by on my way over here that was available for searching, and so searching for a rope over there became my next objective. Arriving at Shady Sands kind of felt like opening Doc Mitchell's door to Good Springs. Just a simple town of good-natured people living day to day, nothing too exciting going on here, but relative safety compared to the rest of the wasteland. Apart from the rad scorpions and raiders Seth, the town guardsman, was telling me about. I chose to barter with him, hoping to find a rope, and fortunately there it was. In case the player doesn't think to open barter with Seth though, there are also 2 other places within Shady Sands you can find the rope. I know it might not seem like much. What is essentially the key to the main location is found in a secondary location that pops up on the way to the primary one. But just that sense of doing it myself, however small the task, is something I've come to appreciate in an age where problem solving in games is, let's face it, more streamlined than ever. Unless you go out of your way to turn off the HUD, too many games today, I think, reduce quests down to a series of GPS route navigations that are interrupted with breaks of gameplay and cutscenes, all while a minimap takes up the entire corner of your screen. And it doesn't even feel like you're playing a game, it feels like you're mechanically carrying out tasks assigned to you by your boss over Skype at 9 a.m. That's not the case here, at least not entirely. Okay, maybe it kinda is. Are there drawbacks to this level of openness? Sure. And honestly, settings are probably the best way to reach a happy medium in this, but personally, I can't express enough how refreshing it is to do quests in a less guided, more freeform manner instead. It's sort of like a small sample to the openness in the main quest to find the chip. The stage had been set. The game trusted me to figure out things on my own terms. With a rope now in my inventory, I had what I needed to progress through Vault 15. But before I went back and searched for the chip, I decided to make the most of my time while I was here and chatted around, hoping to uncover more information about the wasteland I was likely getting set to explore. Also, traveling takes time, meaningful amounts of time, given we only have 150 days to find the chip. Thus, not having to retrace your steps is really beneficial, so I kept talking around. Welcome to Shady Sands, traveler. My name is Katrina. My job is to greet strangers and help them understand our village. We find there are fewer problems if you listen to what I have to say. Tell me more about yourself. My life was very boring. I was raised in a vault. I lived there for many years. Unfortunately, we were crowded and life was very bad. There was a schism and many people left, taking with them the best equipment. Still, some of us tried to stay in the vault, but then we were attacked. I was hurt, and I ended up here. Now I try to help people. Where was this vault of yours? It was Vault 15. It is due east of here. We tried to make contact with some other vaults, but we always failed. I think it was the raiders who attacked my fellow dwellers. Be careful. She goes on to explain basic game mechanics like healing, looting, and bartering, also pointing you in the direction of Ian, a potential companion, when asking her about the outside world since she isn't well traveled herself, but Ian is. We'll talk about him and add him to the party here in a second, but I want to add some more context to Katrina's story and the story of Shady Sands, Vault 15, and the Raiders as a whole. As we'll discover, Shady Sands is a very important location in the Fallout universe for reasons that become clear at the end of the game, and that help lead into Fallout 2, but as it turns out, Vault 15's history is really what sprouts it all. As Katrina alluded to, the vault had a lot of people in it and became overcrowded. Conditions deteriorated, population control was not implemented, and by 2097 the vault was jam-packed to the point of producing poor living conditions. Conflicts arose, and in the spring of that year, the situation exploded. As Katrina mentioned, the people in the vault had a schism. Many people in the vault sought life up on the irradiated surface instead of down in the vault, and on their way up there, they took many of the vault's belongings with them. One of these was the all-important Garden of Eden Creation Kit, or GEC, which is a terraforming device that contains the basic amenities needed to establish a post-nuclear settlement. It was the GEC that created Shady Sands, and those who did not eventually start life anew in the settlement banded into one of the three raider tribes we know today as the Vipers, Jackals, and Khans. However, though many people rose to the surface following the vault's kerfuffle, there were still people who stayed in the vault like Katrina, and as she said, she and the people of the vault were attacked. And it was this attack that led to the broken vault door, the tremors of the attack leading to the rocks collapsing into the sections of the vault that are inaccessible today, and eventually its destruction and abandoning. There was simply no safer place to go within the vault's vicinity than the town of Shady Sands, located only a few days away by foot. Shady Sands truly then was a second chance at life, hence the name of the area's theme. Heading into the building to the east, we enter into another conversation with an NPC. Welcome, stranger. We don't see your kind often. Why not? Look, Shady Sands don't need your kind from the hub or Junktown or wherever you come from. We do pretty good by ourselves. The last trader from the hub sold us a malfunctioning irrigation pump. We've had it with your dirty deals. You got it all wrong. I'm not like that. Well, maybe you aren't. You do seem a little different to me. I'll tell you what, you should go talk with Aradesh. He's in the center of town. See ya. Most of the people in Shady Sands are simple folk. They don't travel or raid neighboring places. They just want to live in peace on their self-sufficient, humble terrain. And when strangers come in and screw them over by hurting them like the raiders do, or by doing dirty deals like the guy from the hub that this person was referring to, I started to develop a bit of empathy for the varying degrees of xenophobia that come across when you go from town to town. Subtle convos with random NPCs that add world building like that one really separate good RPGs from the great ones. And these days you can get that from overhearing convos between NPCs, like listening to two peasant women talk about how to get food in The Witcher 3, for instance.
Heard you can get food from the Baron's men. Get it? How? You know. You just gotta.
Sweet my little lady, they give you a lot.
But 18 years prior to the release of that game, these direct conversations still work just as well at building the world. In the same building, you'll find your first mate in the wasteland, a blue jean leather jacket wearing greaser named Ian. A former Crimson Caravan guard, Ian was shot and wounded on a routine caravan route. The people of Shady Sands helped him recover, and he's been staying with them ever since. He tells you about a couple of places in the wasteland he's visited, places named The Hub and Junktown, opening new location markers on your map for you to explore now that you're aware of them. This is one of the neat things that I love about Fallout games. It's not unique to them in any way per se, but when you talk to a stranger and they tell you about a place and it's marked on your map now, it just feels like you're uncovering the world around you, like you're slowly understanding the landscape of this world that is completely foreign to you since you've been in a vault your whole life. And this is actually better exemplified in Fallout 3 and Fallout 1 than it is in New Vegas. In New Vegas, you're a courier, so you have some general understanding of the world's landscape. Whereas in Fallout 1 and 3, the vault dweller you're playing as is completely unfamiliar with the world above, just like you are. Furthermore, there are only a dozen notable locations in the game, so when you learn about a new one, you know it's important and you become all the more curious to check that place out. As open world games continue to grow in size, which I'm not opposed to, so long as the content doesn't suffer too much for it, I think there's something to appreciate about a world with less locations that are more dense, like Fallout's. The locations then become more memorable, more purposeful, rather than thinking back on a game's world and only recalling a set of sparsely laid out, superficial locations. I was super excited to have a new friend join alongside me on my travels, so excited that I felt a sudden urge to take a tinkle. I headed to the shed out back. Thankfully, the GET concluded this and its deployment.
Greetings. Your business in Shady Sands might be...
I'm certain the 21 talking heads added a ton to the game's immersiveness. It really brought me into the game seeing a close-up of the most important characters and hearing them talk versus a wholly sprite-filled game, probably more than I'd think going in. Just hearing actual words being spoken by some of the people brings everyone else to life a little bit more. It connects you to the game a little bit more, but me if I didn't get jump scared half the times I opened dialogue with a talking head NPC for the first time. It turns out the talking heads were actually really time consuming to make. I'll let Tim Kane talk about the process.
The talking heads, when you're playing the game and you see those heads that pop up and they're wonderfully detailed and they have voiceover. This was Leonard Boreski's idea, but they were pretty much implemented by another artist named Scott Rodenheiser. Scott would actually form a clay head, heated in a kiln, and then he would sit there with a 3D scanner, a point scanner, and hit point by point by point by point by point on this head for hours, days at an end, until we had a 3D model which looked like the one in the upper left there. Then we would add the polygons, add the color, and light it. That entire process on here, just to go from the clay model to the one on the bottom right, took about 8 weeks. And then it was another 2 or 3 months to get all the phoneme matching done for all the voiceover that was done. It was probably 4 man-months per head, which is why we only had, I think, a dozen. There was no way we could put more in. We wanted, the original design, I think we wanted 40 or 50 of them. But after we did a couple, we realized that was not going to happen.
Chatting with Shady Sands' highest elder, Aradesh, leans you in on the town's anxiousness of outsiders that we were just talking about a moment ago.
Shady Sands is much like a family, one that keeps to itself. But we do not trust easily, especially those who might be dangerous. Know that Seth and I will be watching you.
But he gives more details about the rad scorpions harassing the village, and so it was then that it began my first real test of combat. Or so I thought. So I'm playing the game on normal with relatively decent combat stats, and I'm fairly average at that, though I do have a good-natured perk which bumps me down on some combat skills, but at the same time I have the gifted perk which gives +1 to every special attribute, which is kinda OP. But I shudder to think about how brutally difficult it would be if I, 1, decided to allocate even more points away from combat, which I considered doing, and or 2, didn't have a companion. I just don't think I'd be able to do this quest yet, which, maybe is kind of the purpose. To let you solve the issues of the town and earn some XP if your build caters towards it. There's a similar situation on the eastern part of town where you can help out the town's agriculture if you have a high enough science skill by giving some tips to the local farmer. I knew from fighting the rats that I was still pretty weak, and it's part of why I didn't even try to fight the raiders yet. But to think that companions like Ian were basically a last-minute addition to the game makes me wonder if I wouldn't have bumped the difficulty down like a little sissy boy, because all I did was feed this man stim packs the whole time we were in that cave. And yup, you heard me right. The companions were basically a last-minute addition.
Followers were not in the original spec for the game, and we had no time to code it when the idea came up that, hey, why don't we have these guys follow you around and help you out, especially in tough areas. So the scripters on the team decided they could do it all in scripting. We put in a few, I think Dogmeat was the first one, and then we added Ian. We sent it to QA, and QA loved it. It tested really well. It's one of the best features we ever had, because people imagined that it was like this. This is what it was like when they were fighting through the wasteland with their follower. When in actuality, it was more like that. And if you ever had Ian in your group and you let him have the Uzi, he would shoot it in burst mode, and he didn't care where you were standing or where the other followers were standing. And we never fixed that because it wasn't done in code. And there was just no way to expose the appropriate AI to script. We literally didn't have the time to do it. So that's why the AI is what it is. And I'm kind of embarrassed about that.
Thankfully, I never gave Ian an Uzi, so I never suffered from that issue Tim was talking about. But even if he did let some rounds fly in my face, he probably would have more than made up for it, considering I was only able to shoot the odd shot, accompanied with a quick stab if I was close enough whenever it was my turn. Whereas this guy was putting rounds into the scorpions like he unlocked an extended clip attachment. Which just goes to show you how important AP is in this game, especially compared to the later games that solely use it for action shots and VATs. Not that I necessarily prefer it, but I want to reemphasize the point of just how much easier I think it is to balance RPGs around turn-based action rather than first-person or third-person action. Balancing combat skills in FPS games when really the skill in combat mainly comes down to player aim has got to not only be extremely challenging for the dev team, but frustrating for the player. I mean, who wants their shots to miss when you put your crosshair perfectly over an enemy's face? I put a lot of points into the small guns class, I don't know if that was the name of it, in New Vegas, but I've heard people refer to the accuracy in Fallout games as dice rolly. So I wonder how frustrated I'd be if I was aiming dead on and yet had half of my magazine bullets miss. That didn't really happen to me in New Vegas because, like I said, I put a lot of them towards small guns. It just seems easier for some reason to explain my character missing shots when it's turn-based combat. I think because so much is abstracted away when you're looking at sprites and when you're not directly in control of the gun. After taking care of the rad scorpions, the time creep started to resurface in my brain. I'd made some neighboring friends, but I needed to get back to the main task at hand, finding the water chip. We don't have many days to waste. Heading back to the Wasteland's Haven, I said goodbye to the people of Shady Sands. For now.
You are truly a hero. Know that the people of Shady Sands are most grateful.
Heading back to Vault 15, this time with a new friend by my side, I explored its bare remains thanks to the rope I bartered for. Now able to more easily kill some of the early game irradiated varmints, thanks to the XP I gained during my time at Shady Sands. You'll find a handful of helpful items that will surely help you on your travels, but after exhausting all 3 levels, you'll eventually learn that the chip is elsewhere. It's time to head back to Vault 13 and relay this news to the Overseer. Originally, prior to arriving at Vault 15, I hadn't planned on going to the Raider camp. I knew Shady Sands could have used the help, but the days kept ticking by, and more importantly, I didn't think I was strong enough yet. However, I did want to put my high speech to use, so I thought maybe there'd be a way to convince the Raiders to chill or something. I don't know, man. You never know with these games. So I saw it on the way back, and I was like, okay, let's go. And I went. I didn't expect nighttime in a pseudo-isometric sprite-based game to make me feel as tense as it does sometimes. But part of what adds to the tension is that there is some very mature material that I think a lot of companies, or at least the big ones, would be much more hesitant to put in their games these days due to fear of alienating or offending people. Seeing a room with a raider accompanied by 2 half-dressed women prisoners standing next to a ruggedly made bed it made me really uneasy in a meaningful and impactful way. In a way that stresses you and lets you know there's some serious stuff going on here. Like you're in the wrong place at the wrong time and that these are just terrible, terrible dudes. And, maybe it was a bad idea to come here in the first place. Maybe I should have thought about what might happen if these discussions go sour. But I still had hope that I could break bread with the mean-looking man surrounded by his militia on his own home turf. What do you want? I'm an explorer. We don't like those kind of people. We can't have that here. Kill him. I think going to the con camp this early and likely dying is a wake-up call. You can't just blissfully go wherever you want and do whatever you want. There isn't always a way, at least not yet. This is a barren wasteland riddled with raiders who will take advantage of any fresh meat that presents itself. It's like being naive and walking through a dark alley at night. You need to have your wits about you. Don't go into dangerous places unless you're well armed and you can handle yourself. I love how my only option was either to say, I'm an explorer, like a cliche video game protagonist would, or to say that I wanted to join, which, by the way, if you decide to do that, I learned is really, really messed up. You have to shoot both the female prisoners to earn you a spot. Like, damn. But what I took from this interaction after I reloaded back in Vault 15, deciding to avoid the camp for now, was that I really had to be careful where I went and what I did. It's part of that open structure Tim was talking about. You can go anywhere and do anything, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to stay alive. You might have to leave and come back later in the game when you're stronger. There's a certain trial and error element to that, but there are contextual clues and generous nudges to point you in the right direction that the pros outweigh the cons to me. Back in Vault 13 now, I made my way up to Dr. Eggman's office and briefed him on the search for the water chip replacement thus far.
You're back, and in one piece. How goes the search?
I haven't found the chip yet. Can we just make a replacement?
Oh, you never did listen to me. We don't have the necessary parts anymore. We've used up all the supplies required.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Look, I know it's gotta be tough, but we're counting on you. And we're running out of time. Please keep trying.
I understand. I'll work harder to find the chip. I think the more interesting dialogue branch is the one I went down after reloading and testing different dialogue options.
You're back, and in one piece. How goes the search?
Not good, but I noticed the radiation count is low. Why don't we just move the people out of the vault?
We've debated this before. You ought to know now after being out there. You think the rest of us could survive that? Besides, I'd be out of a job. I'm management. It's not like I know how to do anything useful.
I don't know if it's just me. You guys will have to let me know down in the comments, but there's a certain level of slyness that disseminates whenever in dialogue with the Overseer. I couldn't help but keep one eyebrow raised whenever we talked. Here's a response that highlights the selfishness of the Overseer. I'm not convinced, even if it was safe out there, that he would relinquish the power that comes with being the Overseer of a vault. There are a lot of deep-rooted human concepts that come out in Fallout. Survival, war, of course, and also power. The Overseer has a lot of power. To be on the surface, and to let people have freedom up there would mean he'd lose that power in a large way. In the lore, it's said that the Overseer was committed to a 200-year isolation experiment for the Societal Preservation Program, designed by Vault-Tec. So while I believe that was retconned in after the game's development, that seems to be his main motive. It's also said in the lore that he genuinely is fond of his community, but of course, he needs water for himself, but he also needs water for civilian compliance and prevention of them leaving for the outside world. And while my motive is basically to save the people in the vault, and that may even be his main motive as well, there's also an angle where I'm working as his pawn to keep him employed and keep him in control, so there's a nuanced conflict there. Besides the revolt, there's also another issue going on in the vault. Chatting with Cindy and Lyle on the second level, we learn someone's been stealing the water rations, putting everyone on edge, scaring residents of the vault. Not only is this person a thief, but they also attacked the water ration guard with a weapon. This has resulted in accusations and even fights breaking out. One of the things I think we all think of at some point while we're playing through a Fallout game, it could be any of them, is what it would be like to actually be in that world. And I first deeply thought about that when I was uncovering the dark, horrendous, disconcerting history of Vault 11 in New Vegas. I mean, if you haven't played New Vegas yet, that vault is you're going to remember that. And I'm sure anyone who's played New Vegas who's watching this video can attest to that. While Vault 13 is nowhere near that level yet, the issues in the vault seem to only be getting worse. And the thought of what it would be like to have someone living in your confined community, someone who is secretly harming the rest of the community, it'd only keep me up at night. I wanted to find out who this was before I left, just to give everyone in the vault some peace of mind, including myself. I continued to talk with Vault 13 residents on the second floor. Hello, how goes the search? Not so good. We knew that there was no hope. I don't think we'll get a new chip in time. I think that some of us should move outside before it's too late. Don't worry, I'll find the chip. Other vault dwellers echoed a similar sentiment. You can feel the civil unrest starting to creep in. I then went and talked to the water ration guard who, when asking if I could take some of the supplies, said the following. You're welcome to take supplies if you need them, since your job is so important. But please don't take too much, we don't have much left. If you still took water flasks after reading that, you are a bad human. I don't know if taking the water flasks would have actually resulted in anything, but I didn't want to find out either way. I just trusted the world that it would really affect these people, so I didn't take any. You can both feel the compassion for your difficult task from the fellow vault resident in those couple of sentences, as well as the despair of the situation, and it makes you want to take care of the issues that are plaguing this vault as soon as possible. Add on to that there's actually a real time factor, which adds even more tension, with each cutscene that appears every so often and the sweat that starts to fall down your forehead when you see the seconds, the minutes, the hours, and the days go by on your Pip-Boy clock. They just continue to tick away. When you're badly wounded and have to make the decision of whether to use a stim pack or to rest up and heal for free? Or so you think, before you realize that healing up a large chunk of health actually takes a pretty large amount of time that is sacrificed when it could have been spent finding the water chip. It's one thing to have a time limit in a game, it's another to be solely tasked with the duty to keep people alive and the pressure that adds. It's demanding, it's taxing, it's onerous, but I think it's awesome. Interestingly, it's this pressure the game puts on you that was perhaps the most contentious point between the team when developing the game. Tim's gone so far as to say that if there was one thing he would go back and change, it would be to remove any timed quests from Fallout.
If there's one thing I could go back in time and change, it would be to remove any timed quests from Fallout. I just didn't like the false sense of urgency, and I also felt like the player had this sense he had to rush through the game and miss fun things to do because of that stupid water chip timer.
And I understand where he's coming from, because I did feel that rush and I did miss things because of it, which I'll point out later. And it also inhibits that sense of exploration and discovery so much of us love when we play these games. But with all of that taken under consideration, I absolutely loved that sense of time pressure. A lot of the criticisms I've heard about Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 is that you can go and explore the whole world without really having to worry about the main quests of finding your dad or finding your son. There are so many side quests and you can burrow down so many different rabbit holes without any cause of concern that the world can start to feel fabricated, forged, and phony. How can you go about resolving that in those respective games? That's a tougher question, and I'm not in a position to answer that, having not really played either of those two games as deeply as I want to. But focusing back in on Fallout 1, I think adding a time pressure can be good if the time is a fair amount. Like, duh, obviously. But really that's the main thing, and you have to consider all different types of players, really the players who might be a standard deviation or two away from the average time it would take a player to do the main quest, which you'd need data on, you need playtesting and stuff. But I found the chip, I think, in like 75 days, and I went to the Boneyard and the Cathedral before finding it, so I think 150 days was probably a generous amount, without being too generous. Though I know that is subjective, so you'll have to let me know if you thought it was enough time on your first playthrough, if you can remember that, down in the comments. It feels like a good amount of time because, although you'll probably not fall within the final 30 days, unless you're traveling a lot or resting a lot, the time pressure does exist, and you can't take it lightly. Its mere existence, however long it might be, is enough to maintain a spot in your brain, whereas ceasing to have a timer does not require any mental thought or consideration. Anyway, back to the current issues of Vault 13. There is someone who's stealing the water rations and nobody knows who. So it's up to you to find out who it is. This is yet another non-handholdy quest. In the Water Thief side quest in Vault 13, you figure out this quest's solution using dialogue clues and not very easily given ones. Talking to Cindy, she says that the guard was knocked out in the ration supply area. Ask her what you can do. She'll hint to you the idea of waiting in the water room until she'll say, maybe you can stop whoever's doing this. To figure out you should wait in the room at night, you need to find the guard that was hit on the head with a lead pipe by the water thief, who lives on the other side of the floor, and note the particular detail in his dialogue that mentions he was attacked, quote, pretty late one night, past 8 or so. As trite as it may sound, it is truly RPG quests like these that actually assume you have a brain capable of functioning and problem solving that I absolutely adore. Finding the water thief is not the toughest puzzle in the world, but like Keely's mission in Vault 34 that trusted you to figure out how to destroy the pipes while staying alive.
Time is of the essence, so I'll be brief. This place is filled with spores that are toxic to humans, and we need to get rid of them. I've pumped the vault full of a highly flammable gas that, once ignited, should destroy the vast majority of spores. There's one problem, though. The gas becomes semi-inert on exposure to oxygen, meaning the gas will have to be ignited close to where it's being introduced. I need you to find the vents where the gas is being pumped and ignite it. Oh, and survive the resulting blast. Yes, there'll be an explosion when the gas is ignited, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Now leave me to my work.
Grenade!
This quest treats you in a similar fashion. We don't need text on screen telling us to sleep at night in the water ration room. We can figure that out, and it's more rewarding that way. Hello, Matthew. Hello. What are you doing here at this time? I was worried about the vaults and had a nightmare. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I thought I'd take a walk to relax. I'm sorry, but I'm looking for the water thief, and I need to see what you're carrying. Don't touch me! I don't have anything! Now leave me alone! Would you rather have a bullet in your head? Okay. I've got nothing to hide. Look for yourself. With the crook taken care of, it's time to venture back into the wasteland before things really start to get ugly. Or maybe they're about to. You better put that away. Junktown is a friendly place, friend, and we want to keep it that way. Sounds fair. By the way, what is the local law regarding weapons? Good you asked. No weapons can be drawn except in self-defense. If you start a fight, it's your fault. Other than that, it's your right to go around armed. Just don't pull a knife or a gun without cause. Have a good day. Holstering guns is a little clunky. You have to unequip one of your weapons and then swap to that unarmed state. But I enjoy that small touch. It's so easy to underappreciate little details like these, or write them off. But here we are, the next stop, which was the place I could see closest on my map, some place called Junktown. Could a water chip be found amongst these metal sheets and piled rubble? That's what I was here to find out. There isn't much to see in the first subsection of the town apart from a peculiar hospital that we'll revisit later in the game. It's up to the north where things start to get interesting, and it all starts inside Dark Waters, the local general store.
Welcome to Junktown, stranger. What can I help you with?
Who are you?
The name's Killian Darkwater. I'm the mayor of this fine town. And who might you be?
My name is Matthew. I come from up north.
Not much up that way except desert and shady sands. You from there?
No, I come from a vault to the west.
Oh yeah, sure you do. And when you were a baby, your crib was a safe.
No, it's called a vault. It protected us from the war. It's been full of people for 80 years.
Don't feel bad. Ain't the worst story I've been told. So, what can I do for you?
From my research, telling Killian about your vault doesn't cause any events in the game. But internally, it set off a warning in my mind that maybe I should shut my mouth a bit more. Iridesh, who I could easily sense was a generally kind and humble man, was also unaware of the vault, though I had no suspicion he'd try anything, whereas telling someone like Killian, who probably wouldn't have done anything either from my read of him, still served as a warning. I was lucky he had been the one I told and not somebody else. Still, in the back of my mind, I wondered what might be of the vault if I had continued to expose their existence to outsiders. And this won't be the last time I'll have the option to share that information. How about telling me a bit about this town?
Well, Junktown's not much, but it's home. Mostly we trade with people or let them forget their troubles for a bit. Of course, we have our share of problems.
Problems?
From outside, we've had the occasional to-do with the cons, but they've been pretty quiet lately. Inside, trouble's been from the skulls, and I hear some strange things happening down by the hub, but they haven't affected us yet. Knock on my mother-in-law's head.
What's there to do in this town?
Oh, we got tons to do. The Scum Pit's on the east side by the entrance. Great drinking place. Gizmo's is near there. And if you're hurting, Doc Morbid's your man.
Thanks. Do you own this store?
You bet. May not be as big as some in the hub, but people usually find what they're looking for. Take a look around.
Sure thing, pal. I'll take a look. Wait, who the hell is this guy? Oh my gosh. Wait, let me pull out my gun. Move up a little bit here. Alright. Headshot, baby. Here we go. I love this moment right here where one of Gizmo's henchmen are sent to assassinate Killian on the spot. Completely unexpected to you and completely in-engine. No cutscene or any of that. It just happens organically. It's sure to be a highly unexpected moment that starts the area's conflict. It also lets you know that this isn't exactly the friendly place the guard near the gate was telling you it was, as if the screeching horror music didn't already make that clear. There is a big issue with that missed shot though. Usually, if you help attack the assassinator, Killian will thank you for saving his life and open up the quest that aims to fairly put Gizmo under arrest. This never appeared for me, and I think it's because I missed that shot. So the main quest of this area where you help Killian uncover the dirty secrets of Junktown casino owner Gizmo, I never had access to it. Surely this meant my time in Junktown was without fruition. The background about Junktown is that it was founded shortly after the war by Killian's grandfather. It's built out of random pieces of junk as you might expect, mostly from wrecked cars, and has a reputation for open hospitality. There are a handful of different players and faces around the town, but it's mainly divided into two factions. Those working under Killian, the town mayor, a local business owner, and head of the guards. And then Gizmo and effectively his henchmen, the Skulls, who Tycho, someone we'll meet shortly, refers to as just grade B twerps. The Skulls plan and scheme in the back of the town hotel, the Crash House, located just behind Killian's marketplace. There's a promiscuous woman in one of the rooms who told me straight up my broke ass couldn't afford her, a chick in the room next to her sleeping while standing, and a member of the Skulls guarding the door to the back room. After having learned my lesson back at the con camp to not pry anywhere I probably wouldn't be able to handle yet, and not trying to cause any commotion as the town newcomer, I decided I'd come back to this hotel later and headed up to the area's final section. This section is where the real action takes place. It features Gizmo's casino, accompanied by a local bar, the aptly named Scum Pit, next door. Before I entered either one of them though, I found there was a little furry friend who was following me around. There are a lot of influences that went into Fallout's creation. Books like A Canticle for Leibowitz and I Am Legend. Of course, other video games like XCOM and Wasteland. Fallout was actually going to be Wasteland 2 at one point, but that's for another story. And also movies like Mad Max.
For movies, Road Warrior, that's a gimme. If you played Fallout, you'll see the jacket is in the game, the gun's in the game, the dog's in the game.
I don't know who first suggested it. I thought I did, but I'm not quite sure because I was a huge Mad Max fan. But I was adamant that it wasn't going to be a fantasy game because I looked around and all I saw was fantasy.
Yeah. We didn't want to compete on the shelf with any of those either.
Yeah. And I just didn't want to make a fantasy game, to be perfectly honest. But I really wanted to make a post-apocalyptic game, and I was not a huge gamer at the time. I was 100% an artist coming over. I started to get into it at that point when I started working at Interplay. But I was not really, I knew of Wasteland. I didn't really know much about it. And I said, hey, me and Jason were huge Mad Max fans. Like I said, I don't know if we suggested it first, but the minute it was on the table, I was 100%. We're making a post-apocalyptic game. Ultimately, it was Tim's decision, theoretically. But I don't believe at the time I would have let him change where we were going with it.
I think that's dog meat.
And he will love you because you're wearing the outfit of his former owner. See, there you go. Oh, wait. He's now your companion, right?
The dog seems to think he's your owner, and you gain 100 experience points for helping Phil solve his canine conundrum. Phil who?
The guy who wanted you to get rid of the dog for him. The dog wouldn't leave because he was waiting for his owner to come back. And he thinks you're his owner, so obviously his previous owner was Max Rockatansky.
I didn't talk to the man who the dog was staying with, but if you talk to him, he tells you that he's been trying to get rid of the dog who was originally the pet of a traveler. And if you ask who the traveler was and what they looked like, he tells you it's some guy who came from the east, was tall, had dark hair, was dressed in all black leather, and carried a shotgun. You know, up until this point, I thought I was role-playing a charismatic, intelligent wanderer. But little did I know I was just role-playing as Mel Gibson this entire time. Unless you're watching a fight in Gizmo's outdoor ring, this last section of the town just doesn't feel right to be in during the day. It's worth shaving 12 hours off your 150-day timer just for immersion purposes. I wanted a little buzz to use as an excuse for losing all the caps I was about to spend at the casino, so the first place I checked out that night was a scum pit. Walking into the joint, it seemed like a fair establishment, about the same hole-in-the-wall dive bar you'd find pre-war. Walking over to the singer in the corner of the room, I dropped a tip in the hat next to him, just 'cause why not? What's cool is he seemed to really appreciate it, so much so that we opened up a conversation with each other and he told me about other parts of the wasteland unlocking new nodes on my overworld map. I really loved that because that benefit only really happened fortuitously because of a random interaction I had in the wasteland, like some good karma. This wasn't some town crier on a street corner I had to pay for information or a local guide located at the town hall. It just happened serendipitously. Nothing was forced or heavily conveyed. It's just one of those nice moments you remember. There's a friendly ex-ranger standing near the same corner of the room. He invited me for a drink, and I didn't pass up the opportunity to make a friend in what was seeming like a pretty cold, cliquey town filled with aloof individuals. This is of course Tycho, a desert ranger hailing from Nevada. These are the same desert rangers that eventually went on to merge with the NCR, an alliance consummated by the iconic statue at the Mojave Outpost that towers over the southwestern corner of the map in New Vegas. The same desert rangers whose image is the first thing that pops in my mind when I think of Fallout New Vegas, probably because a ranger is on the game's cover. Tycho will shoot it with you for a while, telling you more about the town and the locals who reside within it. One of my biggest regrets, though, about my first playthrough was not recruiting the ranger. I didn't even know he was recruitable at the time because nothing popped up in my dialogue tree. I think because I hadn't been offered Killian's quest. Nonetheless, it was cool to share a drink with one of the Desert Ranger OGs. Exactly the type of stuff I was wanting to experience going back to the older games. I'd spent quite a bit of time talking to Tycho there, and it felt like the night was starting to get a little late, and walking through the bar I passed by a member of the Skulls gang. There are some dialogue sequences in Fallout like your chat with Benny in his private suite at the Tops that keep your ass on the very edge of your seat as you move from one part of the conversation to the next. It's this engaging, interactive storytelling that's part of why I love RPGs. When these exchanges are at their best, it can actually feel like another unique level of gameplay, one that adds more to the world than what killing enemies can do, and overall drastically enhances the experience. That's what I felt here, talking to this Skulls ganger. He's very instigating, but I wasn't trying to start any problems. I did my best to keep the conversation leveled. After all, I was about to head over and talk with the big man in charge, so I tried keeping things low-key for now. I respected the world a ton at this point, so I knew that there was a possibility I could piss this guy off and his lackeys could start coming after me, and of course they work for Gizmo. I didn't want any external consequences. Hence, as much as I would have liked to tell him I was actually there to kick ass and chew bubblegum, letting him guess the rest, I instead told him I was just stopping by for a drink and some entertainment, hoping it might temper things while allowing him to share some stuff I might not have known. And it worked, for the most part. He sees you as a potential crony and one who could take part in the chaos he and his compatriots were about to partake in. They were about to thrash this place. Like a kid attempting to avoid peer pressure of drinking because I had to drive home later, yet still trying to act cool, I told him, "Not tonight, I had a terrible headache." And that's when he called me a loser and told me to go back to my mama. Getting the nod that trouble was about to stir, I wanted to let the owner of the place know so he could be prepared. I went over and chatted with him. His name was Neil. There was something that struck me about Neil that really made me like him. I can't explain what it was. He has a few parentheticals like, Neil looks at you quizzically for a moment, and Neil chuckles that, while are actually acting as a way to deal with the constraints of text-based dialogue, at the same time cause you to use your imagination as to who this person is, painting the perfect abstract persona of this individual in your head. Asking him what this place was, just as a perplexed vault dweller would do who's never seen a bar before, he tells you it's a place, his place, where you buy drinks, and then you tip him, which got a chuckle out of me, and I decided to order the cheapest thing on the menu, which, to my surprise, was not a shot of brunettes, but a bottle of Nuka-Cola, available for just 3 caps. Unfortunately, my broke ass couldn't even afford that, and I opened dialogue again and asked him for info about the town. He goes on saying everything I had already heard, but he finishes with saying the Crash House Hotel is where you sleep it off when you've been here for too long. And again, this is stupid, but it just seeded an image in my mind of an old bald man running a bar laughing to himself about something he said that amused him, and I don't know, I grew to like the man. Like, this place is obviously a shithole, but he's having fun. He just seems like someone who's on the straight and narrow, trying to make a living, running a post-apocalyptic pub in some rundown part of the West Coast wasteland. But then we finished up our conversation, and then it happened. As the Skulls members made their way to Gizmo's, I went over to the waitress, Trish, to check if she was okay. She tells you about Saul, her boyfriend who she screamed out for, but what I find more interesting is the other stuff she tells you. When you ask her about Neil, she tells you he's a good guy who treated her right, and that she used to date him, but that things got too serious and she doesn't want to end up a widow. Now, she might be saying that because Neil is an older man and she'd end up being a widow just from his old age, but maybe it's also because he's living a life very close to the edge, or maybe he did at one time but now he's retired from that and just trying to own a simple saloon. I mean, that whole bar sequence could have ended very poorly if he hadn't pulled his gun out and took destiny into his own hands. And then when you ask her about Gizmo, she tells you he wants to buy the place from Neil, but Neil doesn't want to give it up, which raises the question, could there be some sort of significance to this place, at least from Neil's perspective? And what would that be? What's really this man's story? Maybe part of what drew me to him was that while he didn't have a face, the parentheticals portrayed him so vividly in my mind, yet I was provided no other information about him. There's a lot of mystery surrounding his character, and as if that weren't enough, I went over and talked with him again, and I asked him about the trophy on the edge of the bar. It wasn't a trophy though, he explained. It was an urn containing his wife's ashes. Besides the bar, it's the most important thing in my life. Those were his exact words. Oh, is all I could reply. And then I ended the conversation. And if you hover over it, the description in the console is that it looks like a small gold trophy. And that's what the sprite looks like too, so maybe it is an old gold trophy from before the war that found itself into the junkyard, and this was all that he could scrap together to make her a proper urn. We don't know though, and it's just another unexplained element about this man. But if it is a gold statue little Petey won in his 8th grade baseball tournament 100 years prior, it acted as a reminder to me that the value of something really is just up to the person perceiving it. But how did his wife pass? Why leave the urn on the bar table? Why is the bar so important to him? Did he try to fill the void in his life with Trish? To be honest, I'm not sure if even Interplay thought all of this stuff out beforehand, but it still left me thinking. Ambiguity, while some may find it to be cheap as a way of storytelling, which, I don't disagree with, at least in some situations, but you can't deny how well it can work at times as a way to stir intrigue, like here. I don't think it's hard to make a character enigmatic though. It's much harder to make a character interesting, but when both are achieved in tandem, it can really work well narratively. An old man running a local pub who takes business into his own hands when no good thugs disrespect his place and his staff. I pictured a Clint Eastwood-like character, a retired old gunslinger whose heyday was similar to that of the star actors in an old school 50s action movie, but now old and withered. He's well past his prime. Yet, that doesn't mean he can't still take care of business. Neil just seemed like a badass motherfucker, and I didn't know much about Neil in that moment, and as it turned out by the end of the game, I never knew anything more. Because all I was in that moment was a wasteland wanderer who wandered my way into his bar, listened to some music, made some friends, and hung out for a while before being caught in an unforeseen moment in time. But a moment that stayed with me well after I finished the game. It was this moment that reeled me into the realities of this town. Junktown's got that pit stop, middle of nowhere vibe. It feels like the Wild West of the West Coast wasteland. It felt like the first real, truly real location you go to, because unlike Shady Sands, a relatively friendly town, or the Cons Camp, which is extremely harsh, Junktown just feels grimy and material. Like you could see the tumbleweed rolling in the background while being there, despite it not existing in this pixelated, sprite-based place. Like Junktown was a real location you'd find yourself in after an apocalypse, if you were in the same shoes as your characters. It's grounded deep into the dirt, deep into the mud of the junkyard it was built atop of. It's what makes it my favorite location in the game, and this was my favorite moment in the game. It was finally time. I wanted to see what this Gizmo character was all about. I entered his casino and made my way to the back.
Get your butt in here and sit down. We got some business to discuss.
Gizmo simultaneously terrified me and had me rolling on my ass laughing, which I think is exactly what he's meant to be. I think he actually embodies that dichotomy of tone between darkness and humor that is cemented throughout the entire game. He encapsulates it all very well. He takes himself completely seriously, and yet he can barely utter syllables past his 6 chins.
And I'm starting to take it personal. And that's where you come in, Slick.
After this, I just want to go see Gizmo and see what her say to me. Because remember, I love that. Gizmo is the desk.
Yeah, we couldn't make a character sit. This is why no other characters in the game sit. That's actually one character. Gizmo and his desk.
Get your butt in here and sit down. We got some business to discuss.
You guys had fun making. That was a lot of clay on that guy.
Yeah.
He took like twice as much clay.
After sitting your butt down and discussing business with the lump of lard himself, you hear his proposal to take out Killian.
What I think is you're going to take him out for me, you know? No witnesses, just in, over, out.
Doing a Paragon-ish roleplay, I told him hell no, I wasn't interested.
Sorry you feel that way. Not as sorry as you're gonna be, though. Can't let a word of this get out. Izzo, show our newfound friend what we do with people who say no to me.
I think it's pretty easy to see that Killian, the guy who's doing his best to keep the town in good shape with the help of the guards, is the good side in this equation. He wants to take care of Gizmo's dirty work fairly and honestly, whereas Gizmo wants to hire a hitman to take care of the conflict. Fairly stand-up, good people like Tycho and Neil side with Killian, whereas the up-to-no-good skulls side with Gizmo. And I'm not saying Killian's perfect. Saying he's the good side of this equation might be an oversimplification. In fact, it probably is. He's both mayor and businessman of the town, which definitely presents itself some unfair advantages and power. But this is about as black and white as it could get in such a nuanced town narrative. However, originally, it was supposed to be more gray. In early designs, if you sided with Gizmo, Junktown would go on to prosper and become a flourishing trading center, whereas the town would slowly drive itself back into a state of garbage that it was prior to it being created, if you sided with Killian. Tim addresses what happened in development in his GDC Talk Q&A.
So the question was, The ending to Junktown was originally more morally ambiguous, and did we change it? And in hindsight, would we have done that? It was changed, and the original ending was Junktown thrived under the mob boss Gizmo, and did poorly under the Sheriff Killian. And QA kind of liked it. I kind of liked that too. We were worried we led people down the wrong path though, and that, hey, I'm fighting really hard to make this, to do the right thing, and then I'm punished when the game ends. So I'm not sure I'd change that, but I would probably put in more indications that gives, if I were to change it, I'd put in more indications that helping this seemingly bad guy would be a good thing. It was too random. I think that's why it got changed.
Talk about the ends justifying the means. Man, would that have been a tough decision to make. I would have both loved and hated if that was in the game. The choice becomes a lot harder if you have to decide between a prosperous Junktown led under a dirty, callous man/warhog, or a slowly dying town led under a more morally honest one. My gut says even if Junktown may not be as rich and wealthy under Killian, it would be setting a better precedent for a new beginning to the world than one that grows rapidly with misdeeds. At the same time though, that's assuming the town could never correct itself in the future under Gizmo, whereas there is no opportunity for correction when the town is in shambles under Killian. We would have really been left to think about it. After killing Gizmo, I did some looting and attempted to exit the casino afterwards, but not before I was met by more of Gizmo's goonies. I panicked when Ian fell to the ground. I thought he was dead, but thankfully I didn't see blood spill out of his body yet. He was just knocked out. I tried to use a first aid kit on him, hoping it'd pick him up, but I just basically wasted a turn as it did nothing. Meanwhile, during this whole thing, dog meat was nowhere to be found. I couldn't keep relying on my companions anymore. It was my moment to shine. I spent a turn pulling out my double-barrel shotgun, positioned myself for the shot, and let the pellets fly. And in that moment, it had never become more clear that I would never play another Fallout playthrough without tagging small guns. Fortunately, I was able to put a dent into both guards with my double barrel shortly after, and they both started retreating, but not before Dogmeat, who was camping the doorway the entire time trying to get exit frags, made the final blows. What a f***ing kill stealer. I quickly ended combat and ran back to Ian. Please let there be a way to save my hard carry. I mean my friend. I pulled out my first aid kit again and tried to use it on him once more, hoping it might actually do something this time, but still, no success. So that was it. It was time to say goodbye to my greasy blue-jeaned brother. I grabbed his belongings as a keepsake, of course, and said goodbye. Not only is the world still not safe outside the vault, but it's also not always fair, nor is it always clear. Though, that drab reality was about to become even more palpable. The next morning, still devastated about the loss of my marksman mate, I figured it was time to pack my bags and get back to the main objective. But before that, I went to Darkwaters to let the town sheriff Killian know of the events that transpired last night, and that my actions were solely used as self-defense. Even if it wouldn't have made up for the hole I had lost in the heart of my party, I expected at least some sort of reward for taking out the meaty, menacing mogul, who died as a result of retaliation on his initiation of violence. I mean, Neil did a similar thing in his bar against the Skulls ganger, who was harassing the waitress, Trish, Surely, at the very least, I did nothing wrong and would get a few kind words of acclamation. In fact, I was friendly greeted by the guards on my way back to Killian's store. I thought, you know what? Maybe I'm the town hero now. And I made my way to the back of the store to speak with Killian. It was here that I learned I was sorely mistaken. Unlike Killian's kill in the assassination attempt, or Neil's own kill last night at the Scum Pit, there were no witnesses who could attest that my kill was in self-defense. For moving against Gizmo without evidence, I was advised it'd probably be in everyone's best interest if I never showed my face around here again. London, New York City, Hong Kong. Like capital cities for politics, business has always found centralized locations that become the designated place for society to meet and make business happen. Nothing about that changes after a nuclear apocalypse. A primary place for the exchange of goods needs to happen somewhere in the SoCal wasteland. And the hub, smack dab in the middle of it, was the West Coast marketplace. Caravans constantly coming to and from. It didn't matter whether you wanted guns, books, or chems. Whether you wanted a job done or needed one so you could buy some chems. Whether you were from town or not. There was no better place to be for business than, quote, the biggest city on the coast. Heck, maybe the biggest city in the world. That being the hub. I hoped that a water chip could have been found amongst the junk of Junktown, but that was ultimately a hopeless endeavor. Here in the hub, though, I had a really good feeling that some shop, some place, would serve me exactly what I needed. You could imagine my excitement then, when I learned from Deputy Fry that there was a firm named the Water Merchants in the southern part of town. I made a beeline there. But to no avail. Speaking with the master merchant herself, I learned they unfortunately did not have a water chip. In fact, they didn't see any use for one. Only a vault, or maybe necropolis, would have any use for one, I was told. That line right there is the most important hint I was given pretty much anywhere in the waste, that a water chip can be found in Necropolis. I don't know if I was daydreaming or what, but I kind of just overlooked that line for some reason. You're actually given the option to not answer her question when she asks you, why do you ask, and then instead press for more information about Necropolis. But I instead replied by answering the question, letting her know it's because my vault's chip broke, which took me down the 100-day extension dialogue path. And once I was there, especially because I didn't take up the offer, I was stuck and couldn't ask for more information about Necropolis. This could just be an oversight by the dev team, I don't know, but if it was deliberate, then I think this is an example of how the game really expects you to focus in when you're communicating with NPCs and making dialogue decisions. You best have a set of keen eyes and a fully intact brain as you move from one dialogue node to the next. You can't just mindlessly exhaust every option from top to bottom, falling asleep in the process. You need to treat it like you're in an actual conversation, and instead of politely responding to a question, sometimes the best thing to do is press on a conversation point before it vanishes into thin air, like it did for me. So veering the conversation towards a potential water-carrying caravan outfit that could make its way up to the vault and supply enough water to last the vault a few months longer before complete dehydration kicks in, you have an important choice to make. A choice that grows more and more important as the days go by. I think I was sitting just over 100 days left at this point, and having done quite a bit of exploring already at Vault 15, Shady Sands, and Junktown, I felt like I was making pretty good progress for my first third of my time allotted, so I wasn't too worried, but I knew if things started to become more dire, then this office was the place I needed to be to make a deal happen. As if there weren't enough tension in the water chip quest, this decision adds a whole new layer to it. A decision that involves a lot of gray area for you to navigate, but not in the sense of morality, as is so often accompanied when we talk about grayness in RPGs. Instead, the grayness here comes from the form of a risk-reward payoff. The decision really comes down to, do you let out an exhale and add an extra 100 days to your timer at the cost of a hefty price, or do you press forward and trust you'll find the chip soon, despite the mounting failures in the endeavor in your first however many days. If you decide to go with the extra 100 days, there's more of a cost than just the caps though. Do you risk revealing information about your vault? I know for myself, I remembered back to when I was telling Killian about my vault and its location and how he just laughed at me. Aradesh didn't know either. Our vault was truly hidden, and I saw the aftermath of what happened to Vault 15, how the vault door was ripped off and how the people there were violently attacked. Do I put my people at risk? But I'm ultimately doing it to help them, right? They need water, and this is the duct tape that could cover the hole in the pipes for a little while longer, until I can find the true replacement part that I needed to save us for good. It's a tough decision to make, and that's ultimately a gut call. There's a risk analysis that needs to be done, and it's all because of the time limit pressure this game has. It's part of why I love having the time limit in the game. It's odd because while probably being the place I spent the most time in throughout my playthrough, the hub is probably the place I have the least amount of fondness for. Apart from the catchy, snappy theme, which in a game with a bunch of disturbing music, let me tell you, makes it feel like a good place to be. A comfortable place at the very least, and that's probably by design. In the Vault Dweller's memoirs, an introductory section in Fallout 2's manual, the Vault Dweller writes about his time in the hub, and I think it's pretty spot on to how I felt during my time here. The hub was a larger city than both Junktown and Shady Sands combined. You could drop the vaults in there, and you probably would not notice. But the people of the hub had no life, and it was a desolate place just the same. Junktown, while nowhere near the level of action or population density as the hub, nowhere near the amount of beating hearts, felt like it had more of a heartbeat than this rat race of a place. Beth, the person who runs the gun shop, tells you about life in the hub when you ask her about her friend who was shot while trying to get his life back. You probably don't understand, but most of us look forward to the day when we own our own lives, when our lives don't belong to the merchants or the moneylenders. I think that gives you a sense of the greed that goes on around town. People around here seem to be out for themselves and their wallets, or whatever people store their caps in these days. This isn't a place to make friends, it's a place to make transactions, make business happen. It's not the sexiest place, but it's a place that makes sense in the game's world. It would only make sense then that the most repetitive, grindy quests in the game, helping caravan outfits make their way across the wasteland, would be found here. You can do work for any one of the 3 caravan companies. The Crimson Caravan, who was cool to see in this game along with the Gunrunners, now being a New Vegas vet myself. The Fargo Traders, who have a problem of their own, which I'll talk about in just a moment here. And of course, the Water Merchants, who we just spoke with. Each one has their own risk-reward factor, depending on who you want to work for, managing a trade-off between danger and payoff. They also run on their own schedules, the higher-paying caravans only making trips twice a month, whereas the lower-paying caravans make more frequent trips into fewer places. But here it is again, the factor of time. As controversial as it may have been within the team, they definitely stuck to incorporating the dimension into the game in different places, which works well for the immersion of feeling like time truly existed rather than being treated as an afterthought that was controversial amongst the team. It was contentious behind the scenes, but yet time was a factor when I was traveling, time was a factor when I was resting, time was a factor when I was working. I had to respect it, because once it was decided upon to be in the game, the developers respected it. But anyway, these caravan missions are just a quick way to make some easy XP and caps, not to mention the loot you can scavenge from the raiders and wildlife that you kill on your missions. There's a big issue going on with the caravan companies though. Talking to Butch from the Fargo Traders clues us in on the trouble.
What do you want?
I need to ask you a few questions.
Time is money, chit-chat is not money. You hear about the job or what?
What job?
Well, some caravans have been disappearing on us lately. Damn if anyone can figure out what happened to them.
So what do you want me to do?
Simple. Find out who's doing it and tell me. Or take them out. Makes no damn difference to me. Just get that job done.
Any clues on who's doing this?
Well, there's, something, but I never listen to those rumors.
Well, I do. What is it?
You really want to hear it, huh? Well, some say it's the Death Claw. But I don't know nothing about that.
How do I find out about the Death Claw?
How do you... Go talk to Beth. She knows more about that crap.
So I headed over to the gun shop and asked Beth about the Death Claw. She tells you that that's what she thinks is probably taking out the caravans, but to find out where this Death Claw is, we have to speak to an old mutant in Old Town, which is the poor eastern subsection of the hub, the place where the Skags reside. It's from speaking with a mutant named Harold that we'll find out where this Death Claw is. But little did I know that this conversation was going to take me down a whole different direction.
Spare change, old friend, old pal? Can you help a poor mutant down on his luck?
Yeah, here's $25. Good luck to you.
Oh, kind of you, friend. Very kind. You know, if I could clear the gunk out of there, you just might find a tear in old Harold's eye.
Why's that?
Rest of the hubber's been picking on me like a bad booger since I came back to town. I can't leave, though. When the deals are done, it's still my home.
What happened to you?
Well, after the Great War, my vault was one of the first to open. Phew, long time.
No, I meant what happened to change you.
Well, I got mutated. Sure wasn't born this ugly. Happened when we tried to find out where all the mutants were coming from.
What happened?
We mounted an expedition. God, Richard Gray led a small group of us up there.
Richard Gray?
Richard Gray was a doctor. A little older than me, and friend was he smart. He found the source.
And what was that?
Some sort of old military base. We lost a lot of folks getting in there.
How did you know this base was the cause?
Because it was like someone went bargain shopping at Mutant Land. Phew, cheaper by the dozens. Can't figure any other reason except that being the factory.
Did you examine the base closely?
We got pretty far inside. Wasn't a lot of us left by then. Gray, me, and a couple of others.
And then?
One of them robots got Francine. Mark was wounded. Sent him back to the surface. Then, it was just me and Gray.
What happened then?
We made it to some sort of central core, like a plant of some sort. That's when it happened.
What?
A robot crane crashed into us. Last I saw Gray, he was flying through the air and into some sort of acid bath. I was in bad shape and, well, I passed out.
And you never saw Gray again?
No, you idiot! I just said I never saw him again, didn't I?
Damn, my bad. How did you survive?
Well, I have no idea. Woke up in the wasteland, barely hanging on. Got lucky, and some traders I knew found me days later. Good thing, since I was already changing. They brought me here, and here I've been since.
How did you mutate?
All I know is it was something inside that base.
Do you think it could have been radiation?
How the hell should I know? Gray would have known if anybody could. Anyway, that's how the deal went down.
Thanks for the story.
Well, thanks for letting me tell it.
One of the things that really draws me to Harold, in addition to his emotional backstory, one where he was seemingly high in the wasteland hierarchy, doing quite well for himself, looking to put an end to the mutant chaos pestering the wasteland along with a group of others, albeit mainly to help him with his business, only to suffer from the terrible fate he's been dealt with. Now in a mutated, hideous state, begging for money in the poorest part of town. This might sound superficial, but what really draws me to him is simply how grotesque he looks. And I'm being serious. Like, it's one thing to make a scary or gross looking thing in pixel art. It's also another thing to have a scary looking thing in a game with already intense graphics, probably filled with other scary looking things. But even a quarter century later, good God, I can only imagine how it must have been playing this as a kid in 1997 and seeing his face even today with all the high rendered visuals created using the incredible technology we have. I think part of it is because his appearance contrasts so harshly with anything else you might see in the game, and I think that's what actually helps draw you to listen in on what is effectively a long lore dump. Not only that, but throughout the conversation you're constantly being interrupted to chime in with short dialogue choices, basically few-word questions. You might hear the word interruption and think of its negative connotation, but I think the breaks work well here. It keeps you on the edge of your seat wondering, what happened next, Harold? And then what? Go on, go on. At least that was the case for me, and it sets up a mystery about this Richard Gray person that'll foreshadow the bigger narrative that emerges in the second half of the game. Like damn, there are some bigger things going on in this world than my own life or death mission to restore my vault's water source. And this is all, may I remind you, a completely happenstance moment. There's no main quest marker telling you to go talk to Harold. Hell, I was in here to ask him about a Deathclaw for a side mission to help the Fargo traders. This conversation just happened organically. You're able to uncover the mysteries of the world on your own terms in a natural way. Maybe that's part of why I found Harold's story as interesting as I did. Back to the matter for which I came in the first place, he tells us about the Deathclaw.
It's like a damn big man is what it is. Got spikes and claws that can cut through the heaviest armor. But don't let the size fool you. It's quick.
After you talk to him about the Deathclaw, you're supposed to talk to the crazy man right outside Harold's place who Beth briefly brought up in the conversation, but instead I went around and circled the area around the hub, searching for this demon born of fire, couldn't find him, ended up doing every single possible caravan route, trying to figure out if one of them was secretly behind all of this madness instead of an actual Deathclaw. And having played New Vegas before Fallout 1, I could have seen the Crimson Caravan being up to no good here. Probing that path, though, turned out to be pointless. Turns out all I had to do was walk up to the old crazy man asking to play Global Thermonuclear War and start a conversation with him. That's just part of the open-ended nature of the game. You can't expect to have this much freedom without some frustration along the way. He is placed pretty close to Harold, though, so maybe it was just me. You guys are going to have to tell me how hard it was to figure out what to do here. In the meantime, before I figured out I had to talk to that man, I was itching my head trying to get to the bottom of the missing caravan conundrum, and I stopped by Bob's Iguana Bits, the family eating place. I asked Bob himself if he knew anything about the missing caravans. Terrible business, those poor people. Oh, those poor people, losing their lives in such a ghastly way. Is there anything else I can do for you? Like, feed you perhaps? Screw it, I said to myself, let's try the local cuisine. Give me an iguana on a stick. Low on caps, I tried one of Bobby's fine-looking prime cuts, and damn was it tasty. There are a ton of side quests in the hub. You've got the Thieves Guild under Loxley.
Quite pleased to make your acquaintance, actually. For now. Let's get the other bit of politeness taken care of, shall we? What the bloody hell are you doing here?
Uncovering the mysteries of the local loan shark, saving the Brotherhood member from the rundown house, paying a town peasant on the street corner to put in the good word for you, opening up a new chem dealer back at Old Town, and then deciding whether to partake in the dirty deeds of the Maltese Falcon magnate, Decker. You see one of his henchmen, Kane, guarding the door to the basement, and walking up to him, he notices you're the guy who took care of Gizmo back in Junktown. Word must have spread fast. Right off the bat, he tells you that you're going to be wasting a lot of time working with the caravans if you're trying to grind for currency in the wasteland. If you want to make money quick, doing some work for him and his boys is the way to go. And I think this puts you in a really interesting situation. Do you sacrifice karma and reputation working undercover for Decker, or do you do things the right way and grind for those levels and perks by spending dozens of minutes at a time, days, weeks, months in the game world doing caravan missions? I think it's easy to turn down Decker's work if there was no pressing matter and if the caps were in abundance. I don't think caps are too hard to come by when doing the caravan missions, given the amount of items you're able to loot. It just takes time and some inventory management due to the weight limit, but the water chip time limit is the big reason to put off caravan work and instead work for Decker. You could be in a position where that timer is really ticking and you need to pay the water merchants some money to get that water to your vaults and extend the time limit. The days are ticking by and your anxiety is starting to kick in. So, you know what? Maybe I will do this. Maybe I'll sacrifice a little bit of my own honor because this is the wasteland after all and anything goes. I need to save my people. That could be you. But really, the wasteland is all about survival, almost in a tribal sense. We're back to our human roots. Are you willing to let your vault die of thirst because you want to take the high road morally? What the hell do you want? I thought you didn't want to meet with Decker. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Alright, I'll give you one last chance to see him. Follow me.
So, you're looking for a job. How fortunate. I have one that needs doing. Ah, but where are my manners? What's your name?
I am Matthew.
Well, the pleasantries are now concluded. Do you wish to hear about the job?
It's a decision I was fortunate enough not to have to make because the timer wasn't too pressing for me, but I don't know what I would have done had the time started to stretch thin. Here's yet another interesting point of tension created thanks to the time limit. In my case though, listen, I snitched. Hey, I'll admit it. I was raised by the rats. What did you expect? I accepted his deal that gave me money up front, and then I went to the police department and blew the whistle to Sheriff Green. Little did I know this would lead me to one of the most challenging fights in the game. It's not even because of the entire gang that surrounds you when you confront Decker in his basement. It's because of one dude. He just kept wrecking me over and over and over again until I finally beat him. Is there a worse sound in PC gaming? Still confounded with the missing caravan issue and still pondering whether to make the payment, I felt it was the right time to leave the trading capital of the West and head back out into the wasteland in search of the chip. Given what I had heard around the wasteland, I expected an unadulterated state of dread when I entered the quote-unquote City of the Dead. Terror, agony, difficult enemies, and disturbing sights and sounds. There's some of that, mostly the disturbing sounds part, though I mainly associate this music with the Legion, having played New Vegas first.
Don't worry. I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates.
But despite it being infested with ghouls and super mutants, at least on the surface, it really wasn't as bad as I thought. Sure, it's messed up that these humans have turned into deformed, radiated living corpses of themselves. Okay, yeah, I guess it is pretty bad. But hear me out. The ghouls I met upon entering Acropolis were purely in a state of malaise, of apathy. They simply lived, roamed in packs, and attacked any individuals on sight they deemed hostile. That is, the ones in the feral state. Other ghouls, like the ones I met when I realized I could open a sewer hole and go underground, they didn't suffer the same mental deterioration. However, before we talk about those ghouls, I do want to talk about the adventure game level of pixel hunting you have to do to even figure out that you can go into the sewer. Trying to go through the north end, the opposite place from where you enter, you're told in the console that the rubble and debris have blocked this path and that you'll have to find another way. Another open-ended challenge. But I think I've been lavish enough with my praise regarding the open-endedness of this game. Though I have to say, the moment of satisfaction you get when you realize that yes, there is an underworld to this place. I love that moment. And I actually did not find that moment initially. Initially, I went to the boneyard and even the cathedral before I figured that out. Again, part of the difficulties and the struggles that come with such an open game, but when I got my ass handed to me by the Deathclaws at the old rundown warehouse, losing dog meat in the process, and then got destroyed by the Nightkin guarding the key to the top floor of the cathedral, I knew there had to be something I was missing. Necropolis had to be something more than a simple single-gridded area. So I went back and eventually found out that the potholes were interactable. Opening one up, I uncovered the mysteries that laid below. As soon as you meet the friendly ghouls who sleep in the sludge that is the remains of the Bakersfield sewage, you're told that there is indeed a chip here. And it's in this moment where you finally breathe a sigh of relief. You've done it. And with time to spare, the chip is here. It's in your grasps. And then the friendly ghoul who greets you, honest and sincere in his words, hopes to confirm with you that you won't take it and let them die. What do you do? You know, I was extremely relieved when I found out I could find some spare parts beyond a cluster of easy-to-kill, radiated varmints, so I could both take the water chip and still allow these humble ghouls to live their simple lives down here in the Necropolis sludge. But part of me sadistically wishes I had to choose between the two. Do I take the chip for survival purposes for my vault? Or do I respect that the water chip belongs to these ghouls and make the tough choice of letting them keep the chip and letting my vault die in the name of honor for not taking what's mine? But even hearing me saying that, I'm like, is it really honorable to let my vault die? Or is it honorable to not steal something that isn't mine and figure out a different way? Of course, there is no way. And obviously the game would have to be altered so as to let the vault be able to die. But I think it'd be an incredibly tough moral choice. But ultimately, if that were the case, I would still take the chip and feel like crap afterwards. Just shit. Which is more interesting to me than having a happily ever after that I was able to get here. I think most players would still take the chip in that hypothetical scenario as well, because in a world where basic survival is not an almost certain given, you gotta do what's best for your tribe, the people you belong to, the people whose life you have a duty of taking care of, especially when life is on the line. But damn, would that decision have torn my heart to know I let those ghouls die. I think that would have stuck with me. As it stands the way it is, you really don't have to worry about much other than the muties, along with the ghouls on the surface pestering these poor ghouls, which at least is some conflict to make things interesting. And it turns out the bigger issue is whether you can even get past the muties guarding the chip. But before you get to them though, you'll probably run into Set and his ghouls, who run Necropolis, or at least did until the muties showed up. In fact, the only reason the peaceful ghouls aren't being messed with is because Set wants them in case the town needs defense. But I don't know all of this firsthand. I only know this because of the wiki. In my playthrough, I wanted to help the underworld ghouls out. They mentioned the ghouls on the top being jerks. So I thought maybe I should clean these surface level ghouls up and let the peaceful ones reign king. But the time pressure creeped in. The thought of jeopardizing my opportunity to grab the chip and dip back to my vault, that deterred me. I had the chip, I just wanted to run straight home, get the chip back to the vault, save my people, and come back here later, I thought to myself. Just like the manual told me, there will be plenty of time to explore afterwards. So I let the status quo cement itself a while longer here, and continued forward to the final section of Necropolis. This goes without saying, but the Fallout world is not a particularly glamorous one. It's very dark. Humanity has effectively killed itself, leaving itself to be reborn out of a dreary, irradiated state. Instead of figuring out a peaceful way to resolve the resource issue that plagued the world, greed took over and then war. For years, lives were lost as conflicts rose, and then for 2 hours, the atomic bombs rained down on the planet. In this new, cruel world, water doesn't run freely from the faucet. Women are kept prisoners in raider camps, and many humans have deteriorated into a distraught form of their former selves. And yet, there are moments like this.
Hey, you not look like Ghoul. How come? Huh?
Oh, this is the conversation.
What?
Mom. And this is how you get by one of the most powerful goals in the game.
Only dumb characters can talk their way past
Yep.
him.
Yep.
I'm glad we found him before.
That is the whole reason you take a dumb character, right there.
Fallout is just one funny-ass game, and it does it through a myriad of ways. Heavily mutated, HGH-injected freaks who are bigger than boulders are somehow as dumb as them as well. Even the smart ones who take themselves super seriously make you tickle when they talk.
Simple, efficient, glorious.
We'll get to you in a second, Lou. When you try desperately to save half-dressed women prisoners locked up in the bedroom of a raider camp, an enemy will blurt out, "Blood and darkness." You can bet on a bout between a man and a rad scorpion, like some middle-of-nowhere scrapped-together budget coliseum fight. Spoilers, the rad scorpion obliterates the town champion, and after he dies, you watch the guards frantically try to kill it. Even if you are playing the game like a goody-two-shoes paragon like me, you can still enjoy the chuckle that comes with some of the dialogue choices because you can see them. You can't help but laugh. There are plenty of reasons I want to replay this game: to play a more action-oriented character who wields melee weapons or big guns, to play an evil character who will steal Neil's urn so that the skulls think I'm cool, or who will sadistically shoot the female prisoners so that I can be able to join the cons. Okay, that sounds fucking terrible. To play a low intelligence character like the one Tim and Leonard are playing on their stream. But the first thing I want to do in my next playthrough is play as a character that just picks all the funny dialogue options. Me, if I wasn't left wondering where some of those dialogue branches would take me. They probably just entered combat most of the time or would make someone dislike me and end the conversation, but pressing it just for the satisfaction of pressing it sounds amazing. All in all, the tone of this game is absolutely stellar. It's such a crazy blend of comedy and darkness that works so well together. You'd think that because of the comedy, okay, maybe it doesn't feel as dark. No, this game still feels dark. The comedy just adds to it. It's a beautiful blend that definitely defines this franchise in some aspect. It wouldn't be the same without it, and they nailed it so well on their first go. Here's Tim talking about how the tone kind of came to be.
And what was also just completely coincidental was he liked violence. Leonard skewed dark, and I skewed funny. So we all kind of influence each other, and that's why Fallout has that vibe of funny, dark humor.
Back to an intelligent build, though. If you decide not to bypass Harry and instead ask to see the Lou, you're privy to, while easily missable, undoubtedly the most illuminating dialogue sequence in the game.
Hey, you not look like Ghoul. How come?
Let me guess. Because I'm not a ghoul?
You not Ghoul. I knew. Not fool Harry.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
You not Ghoul. Or to say, not Ghoul, not be here.
Who's giving you orders?
Lou tell me watch place. Not let no one in. Not normals most. Take normals to the Lou. Hey.
Okay, let's go see Lou.
Oh, this is excellent. You know, I actually doubted my officers when they said they'd captured a prime normal. It is so nice to see you.
What do you want with me?
Why, when you become one of us, of course. I can't have a perfectly good prime normal and not make it one of the chosen ones, now can I? After you tell me where your vault is.
On one condition.
Conditions? How delightful. Go ahead, amuse me with your condition.
Put a bag over your head so I can stand being in your presence.
What a splendid sense of humor. Pity I don't have one. So, the location of your vault, if you please.
All right, but can I ask you some questions first?
Why, certainly, my dear human. I'm curious just to see what you'll ask.
What is it you do here?
My dear human, this is the great procreator. Here we'll make others of the master race and ensure the unity. It's all quite glorious, I assure you.
Tell me about the unity.
The unity is our goal. It is quite simple, really. Certainly, even you have noticed the steady downhill slide of civilization.
Well, yeah, but...
The super mutant is the next advancement in human evolution. To save the world, we will convert all the worthy individuals. Simple, efficient, glorious.
But there's no choice involved.
Did you make the choice to be born into this ash-covered world? We, the super mutants, are the best prepared for the world to come. What is free choice compared to life?
Debatable point. But how are you more prepared than normal humans?
Intuitively obvious to the most casual observer. We are highly intelligent and immune to disease. The strong survive. It is our goal to improve the human race.
Pretty lofty goal. How are you made like this?
Ah, the wonders of technology. Before the war, the human scientists made a drug called FEV. It was designed to make the perfect human.
So you're the perfect human?
Better. More than human. I too was once human. Like you, I was a slug wallowing in the mud before being exposed to FEV and undergoing my glorious transformation.
So you're planning on dipping everyone in this FEV?
Exactly. Now you see.
Sure I do. Can I ask you a few more questions?
Certainly. We have all the time in the world. Trust me.
Who do you work for?
We all work for the Master, to uphold the glory of the unity. He was the first, you see.
Where is he?
He's busy with the children of the cathedral. They actually consider us gods. But then, who can blame them?
My, aren't we conceited?
Is honesty conceit? We're the next step in evolution. Through our unity, the world will survive. Where is the conceit in that?
How about inside that grotesque head of yours?
Oh, how disappointing. I'd so hoped you would see the light before. Well, when you're one of us, I'm certain you'll understand. Then you'll embrace the unity.
How did you come to work for the Master?
Fate. Luck of the draw. I was the strongest of my batch to be dipped in the virus, and I have always supported the ideals of the unity and the Master, for he is right. And for my devotion, I have been rewarded.
So, what's this Master like?
He was our guide to the life-giving virus, and he is father to us all. And he so wants to meet you. I hope you're honored.
Okay. What about that virus? What is it?
Before the war, the humans made a virus called FEV to create the perfect man. They were successful, as you can plainly see. The Master has been the first to truly utilize the FEV to its full potential.
How does it work?
Oh, I suspect that's far above your ability to comprehend. But not to worry. Soon your eyes will be open to a whole new life.
What do you mean?
Haven't you figured it out yet? You're a prime normal. Soon you'll be one of us.
Why am I a prime human?
The FEV was mutated by the war radiation. Those living in this desolate wasteland have been exposed to this mutant FEV, essentially inoculating them from the full effects.
So you need those who are uncontaminated in order to make super mutants?
Oh my, you are brighter than I thought. Now you know why we need your vault.
How about I just leave now?
Going? I believe... Let me check. Why, yes. I almost laughed. How wonderfully humorous. The only place you're going is the vat. But first, you'll tell me where your vault is.
I hope you can take rejection.
We shall see, won't we?
It's at this point that Lou will attempt to torture you with his fists, but instead of subjugating yourself to his torture, you can also fight back. Good luck with that. Instead, we can accept the torture and keep our mouth shut.
Feel better now? Since torture is such a crass, yet oddly satisfying and effective technique, I'll ask you once more, nicely. Where is the vault?
I'm not telling.
I rather hoped you'd say that. How was that? In a more chatty mood? Now, where were we? Oh, of course. The vault.
It's in your dreams.
I feel much better. And you? Now be a good little human and tell me where your vault is. This is getting most tedious.
Go to hell.
I do so admire your will. Guards, take him to his cell and prepare him for the dipping. He'll tell us where his vault is when he's one of us.
If you're so sure I'll tell after the dipping, then why all of this?
Well, you see, there is this minor drawback. Sometimes, not always, a person's memory is, how shall we say, interrupted by dipping. So there is a small chance you'll forget the location.
So you can't afford to dip me?
Unfortunately, at this point, I have to take the chance. I do need that information.
You'd better hope I forget. Because if I remember any of this, your ass is mine. You really have to be powerful this early on if you want to have any hope of getting out of the military base alive, and as you might imagine from my weak build, that just was not going to happen. You tell him where your vault is, though, you're free. Or so you might think.
That information.
I'll tell.
Excellent. I believe you understand. So you're sure you want to tell where the vault is? Torture can be so enjoyable.
Yes, I'm sure. and the game ends here. However, if instead you let him beat you to near death, which, by the way, having that be completely in-engine really does make it more impactful. If you still find a way to stay alive through the torture and have enough health to be sent to the jail cell in preparation for your vat dipping, you can actually find a dead body on the ground in your cell, pick up a few stim packs and stim yourself, tank an attack by the mutie patrolling, ride the elevator up to the control section, sneak your way past a horde of muties and bots, enter the control room being ran by Children of the Cathedral, hack into a terminal, and uncover the histories of Richard Gray and Captain Maxon. Unfortunately, Leonard's diary is unavailable. And then you can blow the place up. Good luck escaping though. If you don't escape, the game ends here. Though I do wonder, is this that bad of an ending? Sure, you die and so does your vault, so it's bad in that micro sense, and the Master continues to live, though with a lesser army of super mutants now after the explosion. But as we'll learn, the super mutants are sterile. They can't reproduce. How will they continue to be created? Though obviously inferior in strength, humans can reproduce while the Master's army can't. So from a macro perspective, it's likely the Master and his army will fall at some point. But that's a lot of speculating and extrapolating, and it's also not that satisfying. Instead, let's reload a save and talk our way past Harry this time.
You not ghoul. Or to say, not ghoul, not be here.
Who's giving you orders?
Lou tell me watch place, not let no one in. Not normals most. Take normals to the loo. Hey.
But I'm not a normal.
Ooh, Harry confused. You not ghoul, you not normal. What you?
I'm a highly advanced robot.
Oh, okay. Harry think what to do. Robot.
Subsequently, we can climb down into Vault 12, which has been riddled with highly irradiated, luminous necrotic post-humans, also known as glowing ones. You're surely familiar with glowing ones if you've played the Fallout games. They've absorbed enough radiation to the point that they're luminescent. But what's interesting about the ones here in the New West, compared to the ones in the Mojave or Capital Wasteland, is that these ones are actually rarely feral. They even speak to you as you approach the chip. However, it's only to warn you of your dirt nap that'll be approaching if you take the chip. So, I took those ones out, and I really feel like a jerk for this looking back, but I took all the ones in the vault out as well, and sent them on a great journey to the far beyond.
Hello, Wanderer. Please forgive us our humble surroundings. Our true home awaits us in the far beyond. Have you come to help us complete the great journey? We wish to escape the barbarity of the wasteland, especially the violence and bigotry of its human inhabitants. The Creator has promised to my flock a new land, a place of safety and healing, a paradise in the far beyond. Preparations for the great journey were nearly complete when the demons appeared.
It's time we take the chip, thank the peaceful ghouls for their help, and depart, planning to return later to aid them against the oppressing surface-level ghouls. After all, once I saved my vault, I had all the time in the world. Right? I'll talk about the Unity and their motives more when we get to the cathedral, but I do want to note just how convincing Lou is as an antagonist. He truly believes in his motives, and while he has points that are certainly debatable, like the value of living a life with free choice, for instance, you can at least see his line of reasoning. He's a well-fleshed out villain whose motivation, unlike other works of fiction, isn't simply to kill you and your people. He has lofty goals that go beyond that, and you just happen to present yourself. It's what helps make the Fallout world feel authentic. Not to mention he's incredibly well voiced and just looks awesome. I mean, look at that eyepiece. Without any delay, I made my way back home.
Have you found the chip?
Here you have the decision to say yes or yes, but I think we should talk more about letting people leave the vault. At the time, having seen the brutalities of the world and with the current state it was in, I thought maybe it'd actually be best to stay in the vaults a while longer now that the water issue was resolved. But that's certainly disputable.
Okie dokie, one moment, the chip is initializing. There it goes. Self-test is green. Reboot is good. Ha! It's working, and it looks like we have a winner! Oh, you've saved us. You've done it.
You're welcome.
You saved the vault. You should be proud. But now we need your report. We'll get it from you in the library. Please, go there now.
Screw writing that report, though. Let's watch this instead.
Here, we're going to talk to
Have you found the chip?
Nuh-uh. Why do I say nuh-uh?
Oh, that's great.
Oh.
Can I have the chip, please?
Nung.
No, not that. I want the computer chip.
The guy gave him potato chips.
No, the chip.
I think I gave him a rock.
Just give me the chip. Thank you. Now, go to the library and rest for a while, okay?
So I can say nah or na.
Oh, yes, you did good. And I'm sure you have a lot to tell.
I love how he treats. Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that the water supply is stabilized. Actually, we're rebuilding our reserves. You did great. I am a little concerned, however.
About what?
I don't like your reports. What was in the reports, that is. In fact, they scared the heck out of me. It's those mutants. I've done some calculations and... well, I've come to an unpleasant conclusion.
What's that?
The mutant population is far greater than could be expected by natural growth or mutations. This leads me to believe, and I don't really understand it, but it looks like someone's generating new mutants, and at a startling rate.
Say again, without the confusion?
Someone's making mutants.
What do I need to do?
As long as someone is creating hostile mutants at this rate, the vault's safety is at stake. Find and destroy this lab as soon as you can.
Once more into the breach, my friend.
You have no idea how sorry I am to send you back out.
So it's at this point the game's main objective flips from saving your vault's water crisis to fundamentally uncovering the mysteries of the present-day wasteland and keeping your vault safe, and by extension, effectively saving the world from an unending plague of super mutant terror. And it's at this point that the game truly opens up. You don't have the time pressure anymore. If you're playing with a 13-year time limit patch, that is. The sands of the Southern California wasteland are finally yours to explore. Having been in the area, the first thing I did when I left Vault 13 now a hero, was go back and visit Shady Sands and see what the people had been up to there. It's at this point that I learned that Aradesh's daughter, Tandy, had been kidnapped by raiders. Remembering the image of the female prisoners who stood half-dressed next to the raider leader's bed, and now many levels beyond where I was at that time I arrived earlier and had failed, I made my way back over to the camp a second time. I decided to chat with some of the other raiders in the camp this time, hoping to maybe extract some useful information that could help resolve the matter without having to open fire on an army of raiders that obviously outnumbered my own dwindled party of one. Chatting with one of the raiders, Diana, I asked for more information about the camp. She spoke of how it was run by Garl Deathhand, a fearsome and remorseless leader, but it was the second sentence that stuck out. He makes sure that we all survive the harsh reality of the desert. And it was that sentence that made me realize Garl and his Khans were more than simply a powerful enemy faction terrorizing one that was allied to me. It put him and his tribe into perspective within the game's world. We're in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Anything goes. I keep hitting on the survival aspect, but it's because it's so critically important. People are simply trying to survive and live in the best possible way they can. When there's a powerful, ruthless leader like Garl Deathhand, when there's a leader like that you can get behind who will lead you to survival, and likely survival in an even better state of living than that you could find in a more peaceful place like Shady Sands, for instance. And on top of that, there isn't any law or jurisdiction in place. You could do what you want, take advantage of what you want. It makes sense how a tribe of these individuals would come to be in the world, and you can empathize why people might join their ranks. I'm not advocating for the violent stealing of goods or capturing of women, of course not, but that's honestly to be expected from some morally bankrupt individuals who will be taking advantage of the world's poor state. This isn't just an enemy faction, this is a real tribe you would expect in this world. And that sentence really struck a nuance there. Realizing there was an open back door, I snuck my way in through there. I don't have much of an issue with the pseudo-isometric format of the game, but it is kind of annoying to not see things hidden behind walls because of the perspective. Here, sneaking through the back, I'm completely blind to the fact that there is a raider guard patrolling the hallway. Thankfully, combat isn't triggered here, but it's a quality of life thing that, kind of makes me not too sad that the game changed from isometric.
A lot of people call Fallout isometric, just to get really pedantic. It's actually Cavalier Oblique.
Cavalier Oblique to first person / third person. Going back through the front now, I walked up to the menacing raider leader, hoping to find a way to get Tandy out of there alive. My hope in that moment, just as it was the first time, was to avoid bloodshed because I knew if a fight broke out that she might not make it out alive. And I probably wouldn't either. Walking into the room, seeing the two, quote-unquote, bruised and battered women still next to the bed, still sobbing uncontrollably, I realized I should do my best to get them out too. But Tandy was my priority for the moment. What do you want? I've come in peace to negotiate the release of Tandy. Well then, what do you offer for her release? I will give you something of equal value. It must be valuable indeed. Show me. It was distressing, to say the very least, seeing a human face on the barter menu, like another cold awakening to the realities of the wasteland. Here I am trading drugs for a woman. But wow, is it cool that they went that extra mile to implement this as an option, one of many options I might add. You want to talk about an open quest design, you could save Tandy here 7 different ways. Kill all the Khans and break her out, ask to duel Garl one-on-one in unarmed combat, purchase her like I did here, sneak kill the guards in the back and lockpick her cell, use dynamite on her cell door, have Garl confuse you for his father he killed to take control of the Khans, if you have a luck of 9, or intimidate Garl using a speech check. That last one was actually an option for me, but because of the nature of skill checks in this game, not showing you that this dialogue choice actually is a skill check, like is so obvious in the later games.
The NCR backs off, we walk out of here, nobody gets hurt. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I didn't want to risk choosing that option even with as high of a speech skill as I had. I thought bartering was the most risk-averse option, the one that would give me the best chance to get Tandy and myself out alive. Not to mention keep the women from being shot, which can happen if there's open fire. But on the point of the dialogue skill check being hidden, I actually love that this is the way it is. It's something I wish went into the later games. Dialogue skill checks feel too much, to me, like an unhidden gamey dice roll. At least the way it's implemented in 3 and New Vegas. And it can diminish character interactions from feeling like a true conversation. Dare I say, it's immersion breaking. Here with Garl, it 100% felt like an actual tense negotiation. How do you guys feel about the dialogue skill checks being hidden in Fallout 1? Do you have the same opinion I have as to the conversations feeling too gamey in the later Fallouts? I'm really curious. Safely exiting the con camp and making it back to Shady Sands, I took a moment to chat with Tandy.
Hi. I was afraid that you were gone and I wasn't gonna get a chance to thank you for rescuing me. Oh, that was great! Action, adventure! Anyway, if there's anything that I can do for you, you just ask.
Luckily, I didn't pick that second option because, unbeknownst to me in that moment, she's apparently 16. Yikes. But Tandy's going to turn out to be a very important character, much more important than I realized in that moment. Having been a New California Republic fanboy in my first New Vegas playthrough, going back in time and saving Tandy, the eventual president of the NCR, and laying the foundation then and there without even realizing it, sort of being the reason that my favorite faction in New Vegas even exists. That is, before I begin my Caesar's Legion playthrough.
I'll wait.
Which, let me know if you want a video talking about my experience doing that playthrough. But all of this without the knowledge in that moment that that's what I was doing. Who knows if the NCR is as successful as it became without rescuing Tandy here. And you're the person to thank for it. That's pretty damn cool. However, my work wasn't done. My orientation of the boneyard was kind of thrown off because you're plumped in the middle of the area when you first arrive. This area is the front gate to Adidam, guarded by a faction named the Regulators, who act as the area's police force, all under Adidam's mayor, John Zimmerman. The Regulators managed to frame the Blades, the local survivalist gang located in the downtown region, for the murder of John Zimmerman's son, Jason, leading to his hatred of the gang and allowing the Regulators to pull his strings for power. This is the main point of conflict in the area, but honestly, I think the most interesting place in rundown LA is the western part of the city, at the Boneyard Library. This is where we find the followers of the apocalypse and their leader, Nicole.
Greetings! Hey! We're very glad you could join us. We hope you have found our humble abode to your satisfaction.
Thanks. Can you tell me more about what you worship here?
We don't worship so much as follow a set of principles. We want to bring peace back to this wasteland. The world tends toward destruction, so we try to make a difference.
How?
We try to remind people why the Great War happened in the first place, and help ensure it won't ever happen again.
Have you been successful at all?
We never give up hope. We never will, even though most live by the gun these days. And we are concerned with the children of the cathedral.
It's at this point we can ask to learn more about the children of the cathedral, but we'll save that string of conversation for later when it becomes more relevant. Instead, let's ask to learn more about this unusual, altruistic faction looking to bring peace amongst the people of the wasteland. Tell me a little history behind the followers.
What would you like to know?
Where did the followers start?
Far to the south, near the Great Glow. The times were hard, but we managed to survive. We realized then the Great War must never happen again.
So, you started the followers of the apocalypse?
After my parents were killed by marauders. It was time the killing stopped. It's our goal to make this land the way it used to be, before the war.
I'm sorry about your parents.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, is there anything else you needed to ask me?
Yes, there is.
Ask, and I'll answer if I can.
Who were the marauders?
We've never found out, although we've heard a group live up north in an old ruined city. We've let it rest.
What made you come up north?
There aren't many left down south. The radiation polluted almost everything. Most of the remaining people followed us to start the organization.
How did your family survive?
We lived on the outskirts of the Great Glow. Sickness had started spreading, so we gathered all the people and we made our way north. That's when my parents were killed.
Why is the area down there still radioactive after all this time?
Well, the rumor is that there was something so important there that the area was saturated with bombs to ensure everything was wiped out.
Through her story of her past down south, we're foreshadowed about the glow, but we'll revisit that once we get to that section. So, as the conversation with Nicole illuminated, they're a peaceful humanitarian organization looking to help heal and educate those who need it. Truly a beacon of light in the dark, cold world that is the New West. But one thing from that conversation that really stuck out to me is that as noble as their motives may be, when you ask her if her and the followers have been successful at all, she doesn't answer the question directly with a yes or no answer. Instead, she says,
"We never give up hope. We never will, even though most live by the gun these days."
So, based on that answer, and just from general talk in the town where some people even go so far as to consider them on the same level of lunacy as the children of the cathedral, it seems like they've got a long way to go. Taking that into account though, talking with Nicole, hearing her speak passionately about her and her people's aim for the wasteland, as ambitiously insane as some may think they may be, you can't help but feel inspired. The world has become largely closed off. You and the people of your vault, the fairly xenophobic people of Shady Sands, the myriad of gangs and businesses scattered across Junktown, most of the people in the hub who just seem to care about their caps. Adidam is literally fenced with barbed wire. Even the ghouls have their own separate affiliations. And we haven't even gotten to the Brotherhood yet. Running into a group of people purely out to promote peace and the prevention of the same atrocities that caused the chaos the world is currently in. It's a breath of fresh air if organizations like the Followers can arise and lead a new world that learns from the mistakes of the past. If factions like the Brotherhood of Steel, who we'll discover in just a little bit, can legitimately prevent the abuse of pre-war weapons, then I think humanity really does have a chance. The issue is obviously if and how. Because as we can see from those words of Nicole, instead of exclaiming out, yes, yes, of course we've had success, she instead diverges from the question. At least she doesn't seem completely oblivious to the truth, which is important to note. And honestly, if there were to be an answer I'd like to hear apart from a resounding yes, it would be what she says, that she'll never give up hope, and that she never will. Perhaps that sentiment that she shares in the foundation of the organization, that message, is what leads to its ability to thrive into neighboring states so many years later, inspiring outstanding individuals like Arcade Gannon and others to join their great humanitarian faction. And who knows where it'll be in another 100 years. And who knows where the wasteland will be, and how many lives were impacted in that time. Thanks to Nicole's courage to start it and her belief to keep it going no matter what. But that's all lovely and dandy, but the question is how? How does the vision of peace among the people, free education to all, medical services to those in need, how would this vision not only be ethically propagated in a way that gains influence graciously, as they would like to do, instead of doing it through a slimy political way, how would these ideals be implemented at scale across the wasteland? Surely if these ideals did not succeed in the more advanced pre-war world, they wouldn't succeed in a world where anything goes, right? How do you prevent conflict between those who actually wield the weapons of power? By gaining greater power? But that political and geographical conquest doesn't seem to be what the Followers are about. There are certainly a lot of questions that need to be answered, but maybe it's enough that there's actually thought and action going on, that there are actual lives being affected, however little the amount. And maybe those issues can be resolved over time as more and more progress is made. The fact that they even exist, that a group of people with such noble motivations exist in such a terrible, dreadful, dark world, you can't help but feel that, no matter the odds, there is a way. Katya is the third and final companion I recruited in my playthrough, though she didn't last in my party very long. Is that part of why I find her to be an incredibly forgettable character? Probably, but I doubt that's the main reason. If I had to pick one thing that I think has improved most drastically from Fallout 1 to Fallout New Vegas, beyond the tech, it wouldn't be the storytelling, it wouldn't be the voice acting, and it wouldn't even be the gameplay. The one thing that I think has most improved is the humanoid companions. I can't speak for Tycho, but Ian and Katya were extremely forgettable. And I mean, I'm not necessarily knocking the team for that. The companions were a late addition in the first iteration of what would go on to be obviously an incredibly successful franchise that took major steps each generation along the way. And the companions are only in the game thanks to some scripting creativity. But just the impact a companion can have in your playthrough really stands out when you compare someone like Katya to Boone, Veronica, or Arcade. Having a friend alongside you in the barren wasteland, how much that helps build a fondness for the game cannot be overstated. No matter how janky it might be to give them weapons or ammo, or how annoying it is to have them shoot you, or in my case, accidentally shoot them. I'm so happy they found a way to prototype companions in Fallout 1 because that allowed them to then iterate on that feature, release after release after release. Let's get to the main conflict of the area, the Regulators versus the Blades, a conflict that includes Mayor Zimmerman in the middle of it. You help a wrongly defamed, nearly destitute group of people in town, the Blades, win back the city, or at least clear their name versus a powerful militia that run the streets and are the puppet masters of the mayor through deception, having killed his son and framing the Blades for it. In order to help the Blades, you need to kill a handful of Deathclaws that have taken over an abandoned warehouse so you can win the allegiance of a weapons merchant faction a couple blocks east, the Gunrunners, who will supply the armament necessary to defeat the Regulators. If any character needed a talking head in the game, it would be one or preferably multiple characters in this quest line, because otherwise I found this quest incredibly forgettable. I think it's a perfect example of how much the talking heads really do impact the game's storytelling. I'm certain if Razor, the Blades' leader, Caleb, the Regulators' leader, and or Mayor Zimmerman had a talking head, I would have been much more engaged in the plot. But that just wasn't the case. Like with Gizmo versus Killian back in Junktown, and with Decker versus Sheriff Green and Deputy Fry in the hub, this is yet another conflict where the line between good and evil is pretty clearly drawn out in the sand. That's not to say that there aren't fine points of grayness, arguments to be made, etc., but when I think of morally ambiguous decisions, I think of situations like in The Witcher where you need to choose between siding with Redanians, who want to get rid of elves that are stealthily killing and plundering units of soldiers passing by, or siding with the elves because they're being racially profiled and discriminated against by those exact soldiers.
That gun. Strange. No monsters trouble us.
Might not trouble you, but the Redanians are convinced something prowls these woods. Hired me to kill it.
Well, they're mistaken. It's not the first time. There's no monster here. Your work is done.
This isn't a game. Men have died.
Soldiers have died. Radovid's soldiers, serving the man who torments the Enshe from the Great Sea to the Blue Mountains. Soldiers who joined in massacres, tortured our brothers, raped our sisters. I shan't cry for them. And will not stop attacking those transports. We must eat, same as you. So you've a choice. Leave now and forget what you've seen, or die.
Who's good here? Who's evil here? Pointless questions, because these are two different groups of people who are just what they are. Compare those groups of people to a group like the Regulators and you can see that the Regulators just don't think they feel authentic. Even in New Vegas, while I definitely consider Caesar's Legion to be teetering on the brink of being downright evil, they certainly are in some aspects.
I was just thinking about that pretty neck of yours.
How sweet.
I was thinking about how it would look with a Legion slave collar on it.
I'll pass.
Do you know what I love about our slave collars, Lieutenant?
If you love them, maybe you should try one on.
I love how tightly they fit. I train my men to make sure the slave's flesh bulges a bit around the top and bottom. Know why?
It's all the rage in fashion circles?
Not quite. If you fit it just right, their body never gets used to the feeling of wearing it. It cuts in just enough when they swallow or turn their head to remind them who they belong to. And it's that constant reminder that keeps them docile.
There are at least decent arguments I've read in their favor, and I'll probably be more empathetic of them when I do my Caesar's Legion playthrough, but I just don't see the same level of arguments that can be made for siding with someone like Gizmo, siding with someone like Decker, or siding with the Regulators here. However, don't think I'm forgetting that this game was made in '97 and I'm comparing it to games made over a decade later that are considered to be two of the best games ever, at least in my eyes, and that definitely had Fallout 1 to draw influence from, directly or indirectly. But I just want to point this out so that there's no confusion about Fallout 1 being a morally gray game. I don't think it's a very morally gray game, at least not in regards to the side quests. Without intending to oversimplify the layers of nuance that do indeed reside in the side quests, there is generally a good side and a bad side, with little moral ambiguity on which side is which. What I think is most important is that you can choose to be good or evil. And maybe that was enough at the time. I'm not in a position to say. But I do appreciate that I can always pick which side I want to go on. Having first arrived at the Boneyard about halfway through my playthrough, I had serious trouble with the Deathclaws in the rundown warehouse. So it wasn't until later, when I got my power armor, that I was able to take them out, kill the mother Deathclaw, popping those babies out in the basement, and then share this news with the Gunrunners. gaining access to their arsenal before finally putting the Blades in a position to win back the city. Moments like these, significant quest lines that finally arrive at their climax, ready to erupt into a magnificent scene for you to not only witness, but play a part in, thanks to the unique power of the medium. It's moments like these that are why we love games. Here it is, the big grandiose moment of combat where we fight the regulators. But before the bullets begin to rain in Addendum, let's finally talk about the game's combat. I'm a big first-person and third-person shooter / action guy. I always have been since I was a kid. But over the course of playing Fallout, I've grown such an appreciation for the way they've implemented turn-based combat. I really think the combat holds up, even after all these years. Tim does as well.
You think the original Fallout games are hard to go back to?
I think the interface makes them hard to go back to.
But you think the gameplay holds up?
I actually think so.
I wouldn't call it a chess match by any stretch of the imagination, but there is a cerebral level to it all that makes it rewarding. It goes beyond the static back and forth in traditional turn-based games, and instead involves character positioning. How do you optimally assess the state the hexagonal grid is in and choose the best permutation of actions to win the fight? Do you take a shot and run around the corner? Maybe you only have 6 AP points available and make the tough decision to spend 4 of them on a stim pack before needing to pass, since you decided it's worth it to heal up versus risking death to an unlucky critical blow. Maybe healing a teammate is your best option because your attack skills are weak, like they were for me when I was with Ian in the Rad Scorpion Cave. Maybe you forgo the option to use a combat knife as a second attack, and instead use that extra action point to aim for the enemy's eyes, because that's their weak point according to an NPC you've talked to. Fallout 3 and New Vegas, at least, do not reach this level of tactical gameplay. It's harder to reach this level in single-player first-person shooters. If you guys know any games that do this well, first-person or third-person, and it isn't clunky, let me know, I'm curious. Then there's the sound effects, the clicking and clacking that happens when you replace a round of magazine, or the sound of the foe gruesomely falling to the ground as their gore spills out of their limbs. It all just works so well. There are a handful of things that you could say haven't aged well about Fallout. Tim mentioned the UI, and I definitely agree with that, but I'm telling you the combat does hold up. It really surprised me how much I enjoyed it. Except for one aspect of it, which leads back to this exact big grandiose fight I was hyping up before I started going into the combat, and that's the big fights like this one. Engagements with lots of participants, like this one here between the Blades and the Regulators. You're fighting in a town skirmish that features dozens of different NPCs, all of which need to take a turn. That is bananas. The amount of time you have to wait between turns, it's just disastrous. There are some other tangential issues with the combat. Its clunky partnership with the UI, for instance, though I lay the blame there on the UI. Oh, and the crazy amount of significance AP has in this game. So much so that it strongly deters you from choosing perks other than the ones that directly affect AP. I know that was the case for myself on a couple level ups, but that's more on the game's system design than on its combat design. In general, Fallout's combat has made me curious to try more gridded, tactical turn-based games like XCOM and even Mario and Rabbids. Though, as much as I'd love to see Luigi split a raving rabbit in half with a minigun, I, for some reason, highly doubt that's in the game. In order to get that T-51B powered combat infantry armor I wore in the Battle of Addendum, you have to earn initiation into perhaps the most popular faction in all of the Fallout universe. Talking to Brotherhood Initiate Cabot, we learn what we need to do in order to earn initiation status.
Well, I talked to the High Elder, and he said that not just anyone can join. He said you have to complete a quest first. You have to go to the ruins of the Ancient Order, that's south of here. You've got to go inside and bring back something that proves that you were there. This place is high-tech. There's things inside like you've never seen before. Oh, it's also radioactive.
Prior to heading to the Glow, I stopped by the hub to pick up some Rad-X and Rad-Away, preparing for the influx of radiation my flesh and bones were about to battle. I have mixed feelings about the reliance of finite resources to get through certain parts of games. The most infamous example of this is any FromSoft game that has an area swimming with poison goo, flying toxic needles that are spit at you, eyeballs that put you in a frenzy as you watch your health freefall, or whatever other debuff applying gunk they've come up with that requires you to rely on a finite amount of an antidote to make it through a level, unless you find a ring or some other edge case method. And this is in every one of their games. Having played all their games, I'm pretty fucking used to it at this point. Suffice to say, it can be a real pain in the ass, and I was preparing for a similar amount of agony here. But a lot of the agony is in the unknown. How much RadX and RadAway do I need? How do rads even work in this game? Will I even have enough to make it through this level? Or will I need to keep a reload on reserve that'll start me all the way back at the beginning so I can leave and get more supplies if I need to? And when I'm there and I'm in the action, there's other questions like how long until I need to pop another one of these finite resources that I continue to watch diminish in my inventory all the while? How much is the radiation affecting me against these enemies? So on and so forth. These questions are why environmental effects and the use of finite resources, the need for them, can really be annoying at times. But at the same time though, that debuff that comes as a result of being in this environment, it does create a constant sense of dread, truly driving home the point that this area is different than the rest and cannot be taken lightly. Which I have to say does make the glow feel like a step up in difficulty versus other places for that reason. It might make it annoying to get through, especially on repeat playthroughs when you already know the lore and the mysteries in the facility. But on my first playthrough, I sort of enjoyed that level of intimidation and preparation that came prior to journeying there. I was eager to find out what secrets had laid dormant in this abandoned, irradiated ancient ruin that was blasted into oblivion by the bombs that rained on that fateful day in 2077.
Well, the rumor is that there was something so important there that the area was saturated with bombs to ensure everything was wiped out.
One of my favorite things about this series, and something I harped on in my New Vegas video, is that sense of what once was that you get when you walk through the now ravaged ruins and buildings, imagining the life and the faces that inhabited the place before. The scenes are painted so perfectly in your mind, but they're all now but forgotten, thanks to war's destruction, thanks to man's doing. No amounts of mean-looking mutated creatures or irradiated soft drinks truly drive home that sense of post-apocalyptic loneliness than these moments. By the time I made it here to this destroyed pre-war research facility, I lost all my companions and as a result had nobody else to share this period of awe and wonder with, apart from myself. But I think arriving here alone really amplified the isolation and desolation. The sense of being alone in a catastrophically collapsed world. It was no more apparent than this, than here. The only thing that remains here after all these years that has any sense of sentience is Zach's. It's you, hunks of metal with sophisticated AI, and the environment for you to absorb. You just need to be able to tolerate the radiation emissions that come with it. As you go from room to room of the now highly irradiated, now donut-shaped West Tech Research Facility, the primary biological research installation for West Tech, who was the single biggest private contractor of the American government, developers of the power armor that may be the entire reason you're here right now, and also the developers of the Pan-Immunity Virion project that would later turn into the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV, the same virus that Lou talked about.
Ah, the wonders of technology. Before the war, the human scientists made a drug called FEV. It was designed to make the perfect human.
You find corpses that range from Brotherhood ancestors to perhaps what might be a deceased alien body, likely held confidentially away from the American people and the rest of the world so that it may be studied under US government supervision. You open lockers and cabinets, finding lost holotapes that, when downloaded to your Pip-Boy, uncover the hotspot's enigma and help you understand the operations that once went on here and why it had to be so heavily nuked by the Chinese. You piece together the text with the environment. You can infer that these were the lab chairs the West Tech researchers sat on as they observed the organisms they injected with the artificial virus that was designed to be used as a cure to combat Chinese biogenetic terrorism, but ultimately turned into a biogenetic weapon itself, used on the very people it was meant to save. Not only did this place make significant progress in deterring the Chinese biogenetic attacks, but it was also the place that, as previously mentioned, helped create the T-51B power armor that gave the US the upper hand in the war. Advanced weaponry like the Winchester P94 plasma rifle were also developed here, and it's very likely that improvements and breakthroughs were made to laser firearms as a whole. So it's no wonder this place was in Chinese crosshairs when it was time to push the button. Just one final time in this video, I can't stress enough how much the music adds to the atmosphere of each section of the game. This was during an era in gaming where the same track could be on loop for tens and tens of minutes at a time, really as long as you're in a particular place or doing a particular thing to trigger the music. So these melodies get tuned into your brain and plug up one of your five senses the entire time you're exploring somewhere. I don't know if I would have said this if another track replaced this one and would have been just as good, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. The track for this level it's pure perfection for what it is. It fits the mood so well. Or maybe it creates the mood. Does it supplement it? Honestly, does it really matter? It's not even worth analyzing because the experience of searching through the glow is brutally ineffable. And the game's paced in a way for this to likely take place near the end at a perfect point in the game. If it's your first playthrough, you've probably spent dozens of hours exploring the wasteland up to this point. You've probably saved your vault already, but you've pretty much done all of that without really knowing the true backstory of what was going on in the old world as you wandered the remains of it. Only now do you truly uncover the lost secrets of the pre-war era, slowly tying everything together in your head as you find cards granting you access to new levels, unlocking discoveries of what was being done by the US-hired defense contractor and research corporation during the Earth's final days, before Armageddon. And in the midst of all of this, you get your ass checkmated by a supercomputer.
Hey, you're back. Did you get something? Great. But the High Elder said you have to give it to me before I can let you in. Sorry. This is great. Hang on while I open the door.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another faction with more fanboys in the Fallout universe than the Brotherhood of Steel. As someone whose first deep playthrough in the series was with New Vegas, I didn't know where the unconditional fanaticism stemmed from. In New Vegas, their faction quest is relatively small, and though I did spend quite a bit of time with Veronica, my time with her wasn't anywhere near the amount of time it was with some other companions, so it wasn't until I arrived at the Lost Hills bunker here in Fallout 1 and mingled myself into the Technomob Association did I see where all the affection for this US military remnant faction forged from. For starters, let me say that navigating the labyrinth that is a Brotherhood bunker is much, much easier in Cavalier Oblique than it is in first person. But apart from that, really it's the people working in unison within the bunker that really make it what it is. I love the simple people of Shady Sands and their laid-back way of living life, even if it may be boring and perhaps doomed to failure should the super mutants ever make their way out there. I really love the followers of the apocalypse and their magnanimous motives, their determination to help those in need in the wasteland and prevent the atrocities that caused the world to be in the position it's in today. Even if I think they need to figure out better ways to spread their message and gain influence. But with the Brotherhood, they're just cool as hell. There's something about the way they're structured. It's like a well-oiled machine hidden away in an underground facility, not too much unlike your own vault. Armored with the best gear and non-nuclear weapons in all of the wasteland. The respect and obedience between the members, the discipline. Of course, likely stemming from the faction's military background. And you have someone like Head Paladin Rhombus, who, as much of a jerk as he might be, he's probably the exact no-nonsense guy you want heading your soldiers who will potentially be battling on foot to keep safe the lives of the people within the faction. Survival is, after all, brutally serious in life after the apocalypse. You have training facilities with combat lessons in progress, classes in session for the aspiring scribes, the seasoned of which work tirelessly at their terminals. Intelligent members like Vree, who, having studied the biology of a super mutant, was able to arrive at the conclusion that they are indeed sterile and confirm that fact with you, which will be a very useful piece of information for later on. Medical staff who can augment ligaments and personality characteristics. Then you have the knights who are in charge of crafting the faction's armament, the same guys who will supply you with your very own set of the most powerful piece of armor in the game. I mean, of course you're gonna love these guys. Of course you're gonna love this faction if Fallout 1 was your first Fallout experience. They're quite literally making your character the most powerful person he or she can be. Improve my damage threshold, boost my rad resistance, and increase my strength. Yes please, I'll have some of that, thank you very much. It's pretty easy to see how the fanboyism originated. And even more than all of that, while I felt a sense of harmony with the followers based on their want for a peaceful post-apocalyptic society, especially once we team up with them to, maybe a bit ironically, take down the Children of the Cathedral rather brutally. I mean, at some point you can only be so peaceful. And while I felt like Shady Sands was my first real home outside the vault, and while of course Vault 13 itself is my one true home in this rundown world, just the name, the Brotherhood. When you're about to enter a room and the guys call you brother, insert your name here, I mean that sense of being a part of something and something powerful that can defend itself against even the worst the wasteland has to offer. A faction that truly seems like it could conquer the wastes if it wanted to. That's compelling. But does it want to conquer the wastes? What are the motivations of this faction? Why is everything so confined to this small bunker here? Why don't we see more of these guys around the wasteland? All questions I had in my New Vegas playthrough, and they resurface here. So what is the faction's ultimate purpose? Here's High Elder John Maxon, grandson of Roger Maxon, the faction's founder.
Our main goal is to survive. The scribes copy old plans for weapons or design new ones, and the knights make guns from them. Most guns come from us.
So, as you heard the High Elder say, they don't have any grand ambitions beyond making sure those a part of the coalition can live another day. It's really that simple, at least in this iteration of Fallout. Their motives and ideals seem to evolve as the series goes on, preserving technology, keeping it out of the wrong hands, and amassing and transcribing knowledge, and even helping save lives around the wasteland, which is noted as early as the endgame slides. But here and now, they're not guardians of civilization. At least not yet. They're not out solely to help protect and educate every single human they can in the wasteland, like the followers do. It's first and foremost about surviving. Just living another day in safety, and with proper protective measures. No doubt prompted thanks to the stories of loss and horror their predecessors passed down to them, which is evident as soon as you walk out of the bunker. But here we see yet another instance of that pack mentality that has come as a result of survival uncertainty in this post-apocalyptic world. Do you really blame these people for putting themselves first before more noble, much more difficult, arguably unrealistic motives like the followers have? If the followers' motives and the Brotherhood's power somehow merged into one, if the two factions fused, I think that'd be the ideal faction of the Waste. But as it stands, neither faction is free of flaw. Though you could even argue if either has a flaw. You could argue instead that one's too ambitious and that one is not ambitious enough. But the way it is, the way Interplay structured the factions is much more interesting than if the two fused together. There are pros and cons to each faction, reasons to support and stand behind one, and reasons to look at it with displeasure, despite being on board. I had my issues with the NCR in my New Vegas playthrough, but I stuck with them because I saw the good, I saw the potential, and I thought they were the best chance for the Wasteland to emerge better, greater, though there were definitely moments where I questioned that. And so this nuanced, pragmatic faction design was certainly only expanded upon and taken to whole new levels of detail and scale, at least up through New Vegas. And this foundation is part of what makes the world of Fallout and its people within it so engrossing. But all of that expansion in the lore had to start somewhere, and having such a high degree of refinement in the clans this early on had to help later developers. Now suited in my newly fitted power armor, I was ready to tackle what little I had yet to do in New California. So the first things first, I took care of the Deathclaw issues now that I was kitted in my T-51B, and man is it a good feeling when you can tank a slash to the face and fire back a shot right in their eyes. That feeling of fighting a foe early on who's much stronger than you, failing over and over, until finally growing your character to the point where the fight becomes a cakewalk will never get old, ever, no matter how many games I play. But once the Deathclaw issues were out of the way, and after I helped the Blades fight back against the Regulators, I went back to Junktown just to see what's been up. After all, I now had a helmet covering my face, so how would they ever know I'm the guy who killed Gizmo without any evidence of rightful conduct? Now searching every nook and cranny of the map, I spotted a ladder in the back right corner of Doc Morbid's hospital, and climbed down. A morgue of some sort, I thought to myself. Maybe a place for the doc to conduct research on deceased patients? A bit callous, but this is the Wasteland. However, that didn't explain why there was a, quote, rotund midget down here. Bluffing my reasoning for why I climbed down, I told him his boss sent me.
Body parts almost ready to go to the hub.
Oh no. What have I got myself into? Could the doc be profiting off the corpses somehow? Continuing to bluff, I concurred. Of course, that's why I'm here.
Iguana Man Bob sent you? He happy. Lots of good meat.
Of course. I'll be back in a minute. Hi, welcome to Bob's Iguana Bits, the family eating place. Can I take your order? I think we need to talk about Doc Morbid and some of your secret ingredients. What are you talking about? Prime Choice Select. It's made of people.
I don't need you saying that all over the hub.
You know, the police station is just across the street. I really should take a little walk.
Wait a minute.
We've got to find a way to reach a mutual understanding. The only way you'll be able to keep me quiet is to kill me. And Bob absolutely does not give a He comes right at you with a knife. I ran circles around the nearby guard, even ran straight into the police station and nothing. I can't believe I snitched on Decker for this level of utter incompetence. For some reason, reporting Iguana Bob to the hub police is cut from the game, but blackmailing him still exists and is an easy way to make some weekly income, albeit at the cost of in-game reputation. All that being said, it is quite a tasty delicacy.
Can I help you?
Back in Junktown, identity still sealed away under my T-51B helm. I made a few trades at Dark Waters, stocking up before the big finale. While in the area, I figured I might as well catch a quick nap at the Crash House Hotel. Upon walking in, I saw the lovely lady friend I failed to seduce earlier because of my weak-ass pocket game, but now swimming in caps and suited in some fine-cut pre-war steel. I reintroduced myself. Whatever. I wanted more 5mm rounds anyway. Give me a room for the night, will ya? I didn't want to narrate that section because sometimes text just seems to work better than voice acting. And not just in the case of my poor voice acting I'm doing in this video. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because some voice acting can be over-dramatized, if it's because you're able to better paint a picture of who this character is using your own brain muscles. But text can just work better sometimes. I know point of origin is probably the main reason, but Maybe this is also why a lot of people prefer the book over the movie, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe the sprite works better than the polygons would here as well. I don't know if that scene would have hit the same way if it were produced and rendered in Fallout 4. I don't know why. I could be wrong. But this hostage sequence is one of the most memorable moments of the game for me, right up there with the eventful night I had at the Scum Pit. Junktown's atmosphere and minor narratives are just so well done and fit the vibe of the place so well. I've already talked about this a little bit, but what I think makes this game's tone so outstanding is how it's able to achieve two completely different moods within the same game, that being comedy and serious dark sequences like this one. And that juxtaposition of two widely different moods is sure to amplify the emotions from each one, simply because you have a point of contrast. I'm constantly smirking at the dialogue options and just the silly stuff NPCs say, but then there are moments like this one where I have a direct conversation with a raider who has some serious issues going on in his life, holding this poor, defenseless woman at gunpoint. A woman who's probably part of the handful of people who've seemingly treated this man with contempt throughout his life, putting him on a mentally ill path that unfortunately still isn't uncommon 20 plus years later, if not is a matter that has only gotten worse. A moment like this would hit hard on its own, but it is especially hitting hard when you've been smiling from ear to ear the past half hour uncovering the mysteries of undercover cannibalistic entrepreneur Iguana Bob Frazier, owner of Bob's Iguana Bits, quote, the family eating place. And the dialogue options here are so tactful and eloquent in this sequence. It really highlights the range of writing this team had going for it, from comedy that'll put you on your ass to extreme solemnity. Smart, sensitive phrases like, "You're in charge." Or when the raider asks what stops you from shooting him in the back when he walks out, you have the option to be radically candid about the situation and reply, "Nothing. You'll just have to believe what I say." And you win his trust that way. Then you have multiple pauses where the dialogue breaks off momentarily so he can take a moment to think about things, as opposed to this being forced in one long dialogue sequence. That's just pure creativity. There's no doubt in my mind those pauses, something that's uncharacteristic throughout the game, the fact they put those pauses in made this conversation feel way different than everything else. It's like when you add the radiation to the glow versus every other area in the game. Something about it stands out and makes it different, however small. Overall, simply an incredible side quest that's easily missable. And not only are you rewarded with perhaps flipping that raider's worldview around, but you also get a nice quick fade to black. Let's go. The final place I went to before the endgame phase was back to Necropolis. I remembered I had yet to check up on the peaceful ghouls down in the sewers. I spotted super mutants inside the hotel I once butchered the ghouls living within. A bit odd, I thought, but okay. Killing them and continuing on, I jumped down through the pothole and entered the ghoul-inhabited gutter. And that's when I saw it. Ghoul-inhabited, it was no more. What the hell happened here? Completely in shock, I paused for a few moments, then walked closer, thinking to myself, what could have happened? What? It was the ghouls above. It had to have been. If only I'd taken them out before I left. Damn it. Then I climbed up out of the sewers and saw that they had been murdered too. And I finally put it together. The mutants. For some reason, I never even thought twice about why the mutants were hanging out here earlier, and I definitely wish I would have connected the dots a bit better. It's one of those things that you can, your first playthrough you miss. You're gonna miss some stuff. But I also think a large reason why I was so oblivious was because I didn't chat with Set, who talks to you about them, drops some info in the convo, and asks you to kill them. So could I chalk all this up to the fact that the game's time limit gently pushed me to finish the main quest ASAP? It's certainly a factor why I'm in the position I'm in now, and it's just another reason why some might say the time limit is a bad idea to have in the game, but still, looking back, I did have plenty of time to explore the area, and I still would take the trade-off of what the time limit adds versus the stress and unfortunate circumstances it may bring, like the one I found myself in here. Though that's definitely an opinion, and I'd love to hear yours down in the comments, but man, like I said earlier, originally when I heard this place was called the City of the Dead, I didn't buy into it beyond a colloquial term outsiders used for the place. It actually had quite a bit of life, even if it was in a messed up, irradiated form. But now, it lived up to its name. Especially since I was going to make sure every mutant and child of the cathedral still standing would add to the city's death count.
Oh, you again. What want now?
I came back to kick your ass. Let's find this master.
We never give up hope. We never will, even though most live by the gun these days. And we are concerned with the children of the cathedral.
What about them?
They claim to want peace like us, but anyone who disagrees with them just disappears. Their dark god is not what he seems, believe me.
How do you know?
Call it instinct. We've seen Morpheus and the Nightkin, and they don't look like peacemakers to us. Their hospitals and message of peace make them attractive, but we know there's evil there.
Do you have any clues?
A number of our spies have seen Nightkin coming in and out of the back room of the Children's Temple. Something important is back there.
Can you help me destroy them?
No, but I know someone who will. Go to the cathedral and find a woman named Laura. Say the phrase Red Rider. We'll create a diversion if we can.
The game's openness, its willingness to allow the player to explore the wasteland on their own terms before it was a mainstream thing to do, is no doubt one of the reasons why I enjoy this game as much as I do, but I also respect the hell out of it. You have one mission when you leave Vault 13, find the chip. You don't know where and you don't know how, you just gotta go find a chip. You're given a place to start your search and are gently guided down a southward path filled with subtle clues along the way, but really you're on your own. Tim and the team committed hard in having an open experience, and they trusted the player would figure out whether they've overstepped their limitations, and whether they should, as a result of hitting a wall, backtrack and explore somewhere else. And that's exactly what happened to me in my playthrough when I went to the cathedral after talking to Nicole. When I first arrived here before the halfway point of the game, I tried doing everything I could to get through the basement. I met Laura, the undercover spy dressed as a child of the cathedral, who also teamed up with the followers, and she opened the door to the church tower for me. I tried lockpicking the door to the basement. I tried fighting my way up the tower to get the key at the top of it. No success there either. I even acquired a robe, but still aggroed the Nightkin, apparently since I had companions with me. I could have made it to the basement had I dropped my companions, but really I was there too early, and would have likely had trouble once I got down there anyway, so it worked out. I overstepped my boundaries, realized it, then looked elsewhere for the chip. just as the devs trusted me to do. And just like with the Death Claws, man did it feel good to be able to handle the Nightkin with much more ease this time around. The church-influenced cult motif is something I've personally gotten tired of seeing in so many games in recent years. It's just gotten fatigued at this point. And so you could imagine how I might have rolled my eyes at seeing yet another instance of that theme here. But obviously I'm not going to knock a game that was released many years prior for doing this. Still, I can't speak to how trite the concept was back in '97. Maybe it was just as overused then as it is now, I don't know. Apart from that straight up terrifying animated image on one of the monitors behind the altar, I don't think the children of the cathedral are very intimidating, though I don't think they're necessarily meant to be. Their presence in the wasteland is to simply gain popular approval, so as to recruit people to the Master's cause, to recruit them to the Unity. They're creepy more than anything. I didn't even let one heal me. I didn't know what the hell he was gonna do. Still, there are frightening members like Father Lasher who beats the children with a cattle prod in order to create compliance and earn submission of members like the little kids standing outside the church. Rough, coarse leaders like High Priest Jane.
Why do you disturb an elder of the cathedral?
And of course, chief among them all, High Priest Morpheus, the right-hand man of the Master, who I unfortunately didn't talk to in my game though due to aggroing him. As we make our way up the tower, we have to fight Nightkin. Back in my New Vegas playthrough, I found the Nightkin to be one of the most mysterious and intriguing organisms in the wasteland. A species that included some of my favorite characters like Lily, Dog/God, and Tabitha. So it was neat to see their origins here as you climb through the tower. But frankly, overall, the cathedral is pretty cut and dry, and the dev team seemed to have a reason for this. Here's Fallout designer Scott Benny on the Grand LA Church and its place in the game. I almost regret not doing more with the cathedral, but I did my best to not throw in side quests because I thought at that time the player would pretty much be streaking for the end game, and any quests at this point would be more annoying than useful. There's a time for speed bumps, and there's a time when you have to let them cut loose, so the cathedral's mostly for color. I see his point. I was definitely in a state of mind of getting through to the end of the game here and uncovering the mystery of the Master. So, looking back, I'd say this area is well paced thanks in large part to that design decision. Making your way down into the basement, you eventually uncover an illusory wall with a hidden path behind it. No bonfire though, instead there's a child of the cathedral, a very disturbing mutated life form, and a path to a vault. The LA Vault, which is the demonstration vault Vault-Tec created that won over the US government and helped fund Project Safehouse, the venture that led to the creation of the many vaults we find across the wasteland, including Vault 13. But the narrative behind Vault-Tec is not talked about much in Fallout 1, it's more of a major thing in Fallout 2 from what I'm aware. Going down a level, we find a bunch of enemies who you could avoid making hostile if you're wearing a robe, but for some reason I chose to go in guns blazing. That power armor is just too nice to take off. But there's one NPC that I think really would have been beneficial to talk to had I been wearing one, and it's a doctor in one of the rooms to the south. He gives you background on the Psychers, who are in the room to the northwest, and he tells you how they came to be. The Psychers are very strange and hard to comprehend and understand without proper context, I think. At least they were for me in my playthrough, though they are enigmatic in and of themselves. The Master gained psychic powers and he wanted to give them to his followers too, but it led to a lot of failures, except with 4. The 4 we see here. Even the item they give you, the Psychic Nullifier, was really confusing to me. I had no idea when to use it or even how to. Apparently it works by sitting in one of your 2 weapon slots and blocks attacks from the Master upon entering his hallway. And you get a pretty big hint to use it if you talk to Vicious, the super mutant commander on the 3rd floor, but I snuck around him not knowing he wasn't hostile and never found that out. Instead, I tried using it on robots, using it on children of the cathedral, literally the first thing I googled after I finished the game, but after killing every living thing on the 2nd floor, I did what any good person would do and attempted to release the enslaved. I did what any good person would do and attempted to release the enslaved.
Please, sir. You think we can make it? You really do? Freedom!
Why did I just receive negative karma for that? I thought to myself. Oh, they had slave collars on, didn't they? I thought to myself.
No, my bad.
You know what? I'm just gonna stop freeing people from now on. We make it to the third and final floor. Well, actually, there is another floor containing a nuclear warhead that I had no idea existed in my playthrough and actually raises so many questions. Where did they find that warhead? Could it have been in relation to the glow? What were the Master's plans for that thing? All things to puzzle over, but irrelevant in my playthrough as I made my way straight to the Master.
So what shall it be? Do you join the Unity, or do you die here?
Join.
Die!
Join.
Die!
If you can prove to me that your Unity is the best course for humanity, then I will help you.
I don't have to prove anything to you!
Prove.
I can't know you represent the best future unless you prove it to me.
Very demanding for one in your tenuous position. But I can
respect
your needs.
So tell me.
The Unity will bring about the master race.
Master.
Master! One able to survive, or even
thrive
in the wasteland. As long as there are differences, we will tear ourselves apart fighting each other. We need one race.
Race.
One goal.
Goal.
One people to move forward to our destiny.
That race being the mutants, of course.
Of course.
Mutants are best equipped to deal with the world today.
Who else? The ghouls? Please. Normals? They brought nuclear death to us all. This will be the age of mutants.
You mean to change all the others into mutants as well?
All that resist? Yes. And all those that are required for the
Unity?
As well. The remainder will be allowed to live out their days, but under Unity control
and protection.
But none shall breed, for they will be the last of their race.
You've got a problem with your master plan.
And what is that?
I happen to know that your mutants are sterile.
Preposterous! The FEV2 virus doesn't destroy the reproductive organs of those it mutates.
Have you talked to any of your mutants about this?
I believe I shall. Don't move. My scientists assure me that nothing is wrong. What do you say to that? Say!
Did you think to ask a female mutant?
Reasonable. One moment. Are you sure? What about the other?
Females.
Cannot be.
Sorry, your race is doomed.
But it cannot be. This would mean that
all my work
has been for nothing. Everything that I've tried to a failure. It can't be.
Sorry, this isn't an option for you. Your race will die out after this generation.
I don't think that I can continue to have done the things I have done in the name of progress and healing. It was madness. I can see that now. Madness. There is no hope. Leave now.
Leave while you still have
Hope.
One of the unfortunate things I see in way too many video game villains is a lack of an authentic motivation. Too often is the antagonist completely revolved around the player character and simply acting as a block in their path. In the best narratives, the antagonist has motives that, while you may not agree with, can at least make sense from their perspective. The Master has a point that the human population caused itself to collapse, and that maybe the world has a better chance at peace through unity. He's not wrong about that, especially when you look back at the history before the war. You study the conflicts between the Chinese and the Americans, the Canadians feeling beneath the Americans, the European Commonwealth fighting the Middle East, and of course, all the world history surrounding war that coincides with the Fallout timeline prior to the divergence. And even still, you have small-scale wars, if you want to call them wars. They're really conflicts, but this is all about conflict. Like, you know what? Maybe we wouldn't have these societal conflicts if everyone was a mutant. Of course, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I know that's a narrow way of looking at it, but my point is you at least see his motives, especially given the fortuitous circumstances he was afforded, depending on your perspective, when he fell into the vats and came out more powerful, was able to gain psychic abilities, and was now able to essentially control the course of the world's direction through the biogenetic technology he seized, the early adopters who bowed to him, like the Lieutenant and Morpheus, and the ruined state of planet Earth that allowed him to take initiative. You and your vault's place in his story is simply another opportunity for him to grow his army. However flawed you might think they are, his motives do have some logic behind them. Moreover, the world itself is fairly logical once you are willing to suspend your disbelief a bit. And on top of that, the story itself has logic, it makes sense. And probably what's even more important is that it doesn't feel like any one of those three, the overall story, the antagonist, or the game's world, were sacrificed to accommodate the other. And furthermore, each one of those aspects were not only logically consistent, but they were all captivating. From the moment the Overseer gave me my quest, I was hooked, all the way through watching the cathedral blow. But there was still one more place left to explode.
You had best be surrendering.
I'm a special mutant on a mission for your master. Let me pass or face the consequences.
Fine, I guess. Maybe you better see Lieutenant. You had best be surrendering.
I'm a special mutant on a mission for your master. Let me pass or face the consequences.
If you lie, we kill you.
I don't have much to say about the military base. It's a set of connected corridors and floors, littered with endgame enemies and items, mutants and robots everywhere you turn, and bottomless amounts of soon-to-be useless loot, since the game is about to end in the next dozens of minutes. At least in my case. This place is a gold mine if you come here earlier, but you need to be able to pack enough of a punch and withstand one as well, at which case it's like, why even bother? How badly do you really need this stuff? But make no mistake, this place does have tough enemies, which is why I think it's so brutal that the game can lock you here early without your belongings when you talk to Harry and agree to see loot. Speaking of whom, he has much fewer words for us this time around.
Well, I'm quite impressed. My spies told me you were resourceful, but they seem to have underestimated your talents. Guards, capture him.
Good God almighty, that was disgusting. Entering the VAT's control room and finishing off the last of the children of the cathedral. We find a terminal that allows us to finally suppress the super mutant spawn. It's at this point that I think most players will read the diary entries of Richard Gray, the Master, and Captain Roger Maxon, founder of the Brotherhood. In my game, I read these at the halfway point when exploring the base after being sent here by Harry and escaping from my cell, so I put things together as I went through the game from there, but I kind of wish I would have read these logs here at the end instead, because they're logs that reveal so much and would have hit hard before I said my final goodbye to the game. Particularly Maxon's. It didn't surprise me to read the mad entries of a game's main antagonist as he goes from not a normal person, I know his background story gets expanded in the next Fallout, but a human being nonetheless, to a crazy, all-powerful thing. But the more interesting of the diaries, I think, is the one that includes the brutal realization that the ancestors of the Brotherhood were the men and women who saw firsthand the monstrosity that occurred in the military base. The science, the evil science that was being abused, and how Maxon went about shooting scientist after scientist after scientist before realizing maybe it wasn't those, quote, scientist bastards who were the main ones to blame. Maybe it really was the US government that ordered all this, after all. Then denouncing himself and his party of people from the Union and forming his own renegade coalition, but not before burying the scientists he murdered. And the part about him busting down the door the Colonel locked himself behind, just to watch the Colonel kill himself. Likely unable to handle the atrocities that went on in that military base he commanded over, whether he had a major part in it or not. The imagery in that log is astounding, and I couldn't help but think back to one particular moment in New Vegas that I won't spoil if you haven't played yet, but if you have, then I think you know which scene I'm talking about. In the end, we rid humanity of the sick, man-made machinery it itself once created, only left to wonder how long before civilization creates a similar, perhaps more powerful destructive technology again, because war, well, you know the rest. Thanks for watching.
Your involvement with the various places and people of the wasteland is well documented by future historians. Only a single question remained unanswered. What happened to you?
You've done it. That's wonderful, amazing. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished, what you've endured. There's no way the people of the Vault can ever thank you enough for what you've done. You've saved all our lives. Who knows? Maybe even saved the human race. Yes. That makes the rest of this even harder. Everyone will want to talk to you. Every youngster will look up to you and want to emulate you. And then what? They'll want to leave. What happens to the Vault if we lose the best of a generation? What if we are the only safe place in the world? You just gave us back all these lives. I can't take the chance of losing them. I've made a lot of tough decisions since I took this position, but none of them harder than this one. You saved us, but you'll kill us. I'm sorry. You're a hero, and you have to leave.